Where do we got desktop audio from? Hey, why is the game audio? Why is the game audio coming through my headphones right now? Huh. It's never... Echo, you're hitting the camera. Echo, go lay down. Go lay down. This is weird.
The parents got
Who
angry.
had a suicide attempt?
A little girl tried to kill herself.
Okay, again, this is one case. Go ahead.
And there was also another right. I'm not talking about, look at this anecdote, let's set policy. I'm saying Florida set a law.
I don't know why the game audio is coming through my headphones right now. It's weird. It usually doesn't do that. Huh. Anyway. What's up, stream? We got a chill stream today. I think the audio is a little bit off timing though. I don't know. Whatever, it'll do. Ow. I don't need to cook anything. I got lots of food. Bet you there's a Korok under this rock. Nope. No Korok. Okay, where are we going? Why am I taking pictures? Over here. Over there. Kill some bokobos, bokoblins. I actually have to get a picture of a bokoblin. Got him. Using the wrong weapon. Cobble crusher. Oh, it's a silver bokoblin. I want that cobble crusher. And we just missed with all of those. How can I not hit this guy? Stop hitting me! Give me that meat. Pause. I want that cobble crusher over there. What kind of sword is that? Royal broadsword? Oh, he's fast. Faster than a mug. That's a really good stick. I'll take the cobble crusher. Are there any mining stones around here? Arrows. Always need arrows. Alright. That'll do. No, I didn't want to jump in you. Okay, there should be a cave somewhere over here. Mushies. Gotta get the mushies. What is that? What is that? I don't think I can jump in that water. I think it's hot water. Looks like a target. What the? What the heck do I do with that? I bet you there's a Korok in there. Garrow Pond plug. Garrow Pond Korok. Korok sees Garrow Pond.
It was a garden that inspired us.
It was a garden that inspired us. Wow. We're going to watch this John Doyle change my mind. It's epic. Very epic. Yeah. I know where it is. I'm right by it. You take a rock. You throw it. You throw a rock in the rocks. That's fine, but that's not what I need to know. I want to know about that plug thing. I want to know about the plug. What does this plug in the lake do? Apparently there's a rock outcropping. No, there's not. No, there's not. The heck? I don't understand what you do there. Can I go in this water? Oh, it's refilling my heart. That's good. I need that. Oh, that's how you do it. figured it out. The website didn't teach me anything. Damn, we got 50 Koroks. Okay, that thing didn't help at all. Yeah, give me all the hearts. Give me all the hearts. I always forget that you get hearts from water. I'm just gonna sit here and refill my hearts. So we'll watch the John Doyle video here shortly. Right now I'm finishing up watching this Tim Pool interview.
Because, okay? I'm not saying I agree or disagree. I'm saying a thing led to a thing, right? Mm-hmm. My position is that parents should be fully informed about what's going on with their children, and teachers should not withhold that information from them. It is not up to the state to decide what's best for the kid.
But the state is deciding what is best for the kid in these instances. They're essentially saying that children...
Ow!
Take Florida, for example. You're talking about Florida. Let's talk about it. They're saying that children cannot, under
Stop hitting me!
supervision of their doctor and with their parental consent, because none of this happens, by the way, without parental consent. It's illegal. They cannot work with their doctor on a healthcare plan for them to transition into their
I'm not
gender.
talking about that. I mean, you're talking about medical intervention. I'm talking
Right, but
about,
you have spoken about this in your program before.
Yeah, I think like, if a doctor prescribed a lobotomy to a kid, the government should stop it.
It's not a lobotomy. That's not what
I'm saying that there are certain things in the medical world that we prohibited.
Right, but this is not
Cashapp
but the American
You
Journal...
disagree, you think it shouldn't be.
No,
I'm not arguing
every single expert
There's
that is
the cave
reputable
we're
on this
looking
front
for.
disagrees. The American Journal of Pediatrics did a study about transitioning children. They
This
studied them over
lady's
5
dumb.
years. 94% of the children continued to identify as the gender
Whoa,
that
it's
they were
hot in
choosing
there.
to identify
One
with
place
at the
on
beginning.
5 whole
Then,
years?
yeah,
Wow.
yes.
When placed on Lupron.
No, then the 6% that were remaining, 3.5%, identified as cisgender. 2.5% went back, yes, but they were heavily weighted under the age of 10 years old,
this is
where
not
they
material to
never
what I was
had
saying.
any medical intervention. This is how actually trans care actually goes, Tim. 8 to 13 years old, you're put on puberty blockers. Those are entirely reversible. Then after that is 100%.
That's not true.
That's 100%.
They're not.
No, it's not true.
To a certain degree, they can be.
Then why are they used in instances where
They're
someone has
off-label
puberty that
Precocious
Yeah, they're precocious.
Right, exactly. And there's a carve-out for that in the Florida
Why
bill,
are they
by the way,
used
so
for
cis kids can have it, but trans kids
sterilizing?
can't.
Because
Then
that's the primary
16 years old.
PBS files.
Okay, but that's not what doctors say. No. Then 16 years old, that's when hormones happen. Very, very, very rarely are there any surgeries under the age of 18. I don't hear you talking about rhinoplasties
not
under
true.
the age of 18.
I've talked to people. We have.
Oh.
Maybe you've heard it because you don't watch the show.
Okay.
I've also said child beauty pageants are wrong and they're disgusting. I've also said Hooters inappropriate for kids, and I said we shouldn't be giving minors any kind of cosmetic surgery. I don't even like tattoos or piercings. So when it comes to
It's quite puritanical of you, Tim. I'm surprised. You have a lot of
yes,
swords
I don't think
and
children.
beards and stuff.
I don't think children should make should be altering their bodies.
But you just said parental rights. So if under 18, parents have to give consent for piercings and tattoos and
Do you think
for
a mom should have the
rhinoplasties.
right to remove the salivary glands of her child?
No. Are
the
you for
doctor
parental
prescribes
rights or not?
See, this is a.
Every right has limits.
Well, this is actually interesting because what you're asking, we've actually talked in a great
Gosh,
depth
she's
about
such
on
bad
Tidbits
faith.
IRL. That
Are you for parental rights or not? I just asked.
that question right there leads in 2 different directions, which is again we've addressed. If you watch the show, you'd have heard the statement we made about it.
Well, I heard you 5 minutes ago say you were
Right.
for parental rights, and now
Do-
you're
does
saying
a
you're
pa-
not.
where do parents' rights begin and where do they end is strictly a moral question based on the moral frameworks of an individual. If there
What
is
about
someone
when
who goes to a
they
doctor
take you
in,
away
say,
from your parents because
Saudi
your
Arabia,
parents
the doctor
don't
prescribes
agree to
female
it?
circumcision, they're going to argue for parents' rights. We would argue
Another
against
hypothetical. I'm
that.
talking about
but
reality.
these things literally do happen in other countries.
But it wouldn't be.
Point-
a
But I'm talking
boxer.
about this country, and I'm
Right.
talking
And
about
so I'm
parental
making
rights.
a point. Right? The point is, the idea that parents have a right is limited to what our moral limits are. Meaning, if you morally are okay with child sex change, then you are going to argue in favor of parents' rights. If I say you shouldn't be able to mandate vaccinations, you'd probably argue against the parents' right, right?
Get out of here, Venmo. You don't pay me. You ain't paying me.
Yes.
But what about the parents' rights? Are you for parents' rights?
Well, I'm for public health.
But you're not for parents' rights. You see, that question leads nowhere.
No, I mean, look, Tim, I've never made parental rights a plank of my own politics. I'm saying this within the context of what you just said 5 minutes ago.
Right, you
explain.
probably take
Yeah,
a
so
kid away from their
extends to my
parents.
morality.
So,
Parents
right,
didn't
your
agree
morality says
to
that you think that trans children and
change
parents,
the-
even if they agree with their child and the doctor is
the
supervising this
thang
kind
of the
trans
kid.
you're essentially saying that you don't believe that they should
I gotta
have the
censor
power and
myself.
ability and that the state should intervene. It sounds like big government to me.
I don't know if you know who I am.
Well, okay, then there you go. That the state should intervene because
You know, like-
you don't believe that parents should and their
first,
children. They're in agreement.
So at first, my position was, early on, if the
Throw
doctors
it.
are prescribing it, it's the best thing they can do. I think we're looking at, in the past 4 years, about 50,000 or so cases of
Arube.
processed hormones for kids.
Throw it, Link.
Then we
It's
started seeing
hot.
the Tavistock scandal. We
It's
saw
dark
Finland
and hell is
Denmark,
hot.
Sweden start pulling this. The research coming out showed that it was not particularly effective. And then we also had multiple studies showing that desistance rates for those who did not take any,
Like
did not receive
90%.
intervention was actually upwards of 95%. And
Shit.
then my position became, it probably is the appropriate thing for the legislature to say, we're not going to allow this anymore.
Okay, I just listed the American Journal of
Horrible.
Pediatrics. It's
It's
incredibly
evil. It's
reputable.
wicked.
Incredibly reputable. 94% of children continued care after 80. Take a Netherlands study. This is Lancet. 98% continued hormone therapy and follow-up.
After what?
So you.
They have
Each
to.
one's a 5-year study.
Because if
This
they
is
stop-
After what?
There's
No,
all
so
sorts
this is
of
the issue, right?
problems.
Those studies were based upon whether a child was placed on puberty blockers or not. When a child is placed on puberty blockers, they tend not to desist. When
Yeah.
a child is left alone, they tend to
Right.
desist. So the issue is then,
And if they stop
according
taking the
to,
medication,
10
then it
prospective follow-up
screws
studies
them
from
up.
child
So
adolescents found
that's
that
why they
from 60 to
persist.
70%, then the safety
Duh.
of children would lean towards non-intervention.
Look. I'm. Go ahead. You again. We should probably.
It's like if
agree
you put a
to look
kid
at
on
these kind of studies
ADHD
before we pull
medication,
up for a
he's
debate,
probably gonna
because
be
what
on
I'm pulling
medication
up and
his
what I'm
whole life.
referencing is inherently reputable.
You
and
condition
can find
them
any
as a
information
child
you want on the internet.
to
I am
rely
the
on
majority of doctors
Big
on this
Pharma,
front. There's
I mean,
this
that's
is-
psychological
no,
industrial
that is actually a
complex
fact. That is
to fix
100%.
their
Well, I've seen
problem.
this movie before, so what's happening is you're referencing detransition under a system where they wouldn't be put on puberty blockers necessarily, and then they would go through the cross-sex hormone. So everybody who would have desisted at the point of puberty, which is what you're referencing, is already excluded.
Dang,
from
how
those
much
samples.
rocks
Like,
are
I
on
don't
this
even think you
wall?
disagree with that. That once they're actually past the point of puberty and they still think they're in the opposite body or whatever, and they go through the process, there's a very low detransition rate. But you're specifically talking about desistance.
Look,
and I
I'm
remember this
saying-
because
No,
this
this
happened
is
when
what-
you argue with the serfs.
This is what it boils down to. I'm not a moralist.
can't-
I don't have like the arrogance to believe that
You
my
don't know what she's
personal
talking
preferences
about?
for how my life would be lived should be imposed on other people. I'm trying to make a argument for a
Okay.
case for. I'm trying to make a case.
This is always such a stupid thing that people say. I don't want you imposing your way of life on me. So like if you go out and you have a sign that says abortion is murder, people will come up and say, why do you want to impose your life on us and impose your views on us? We have laws in this country. Those are views that are imposed on you. If you think that it's okay to kill people and steal, well, you wouldn't say, why are these laws imposing their way of life on me? I think it's okay to murder people and steal stuff. They're imposing their will on us. It's stupid. If wickedness, if you have to stop it, you have to stamp it out. You can't just let it flourish and grow. It's not imposing your ways on people. It's determining what's right and what's wrong, and stopping what's wrong from being allowed in a civilization or a society. Because it's not civilized if you're allowing uncivilized actions. So if we're allowing people to murder their babies, that's uncivilized. That's not a civilization. That's a degeneration. So when we make it illegal to murder your baby, we're not imposing our way of life on you. We're stopping your wickedness. Straight up.
For a broad set of policies, they're going to make sure people are as happy as they can possibly be and can live their life to the
Happy.
fullest.
It's
So if you want to
happiness.
impose your
We're
morality
gonna
on
look at
people,
the happiness
it sounds
in
like
that.
fundamentalism. For me, I'm in
These
favor of
Scandinavian
a
people
No,
are
no,
really
no,
happy.
but
I am having a real argument.
That's not
You
enough.
just said your
I said,
morality
here's a
is
study.
Oh
that
man.
Here's a study that shows
You can't
resistance
do a
rates up to
study or
95%.
have
So look,
statistics on
resistance rates are
happiness.
shown up to 95%
That's
with
so
intervention.
unreliable.
Then we would lean towards non-intervention, and you said you're a fundamentalist. You didn't make an argument.
Earlier, you talked about how your morality is what you want to dictate in terms of this policy.
Wait,
You see, this is what I was talking about with Sam, right? The inability to grasp philosophical concepts. When I explain to you that you are opposed to parental rights because
They
you're
can
in favor of
grasp
vaccine
them. They
mandates,
just can't
right? I don't think
entertain
you could
them. They have to
understand
shut them
the-
down
the-
because if they
the
try to
statement
entertain
that
it,
you're making.
then
Are you in
they
favor of parental rights can go in
then
one of
they
two
lose
moral
the
directions? You do have a moral
But I
stance.
wasn't
You
talking
also
about
are a
I wasn't
fundamentalist.
talking about parental rights. I was using that as
Where's
a
the
way
Bible
to talk
from?
about
Right,
your
my point
statement on
is,
parental rights.
if
And I
you
fully
if you have a
grasp
moral
concepts
position
of
of public
morality.
health, and
Tim,
you want
I
to
have-
impose that, then you too would be a
I don't
fundamentalist,
think
and
you
you made
do,
a
lady.
nonsensical statement. If you want to make an argument about why me using this data is incorrect, I'm all ears. If you want to tell me I'm a
haven't seen the
fundamentalist,
data, so I can't.
well, then don't make
can't-
an argument about it if you don't know the data.
No, I do
Right?
know the data. I use the American Journal
said you
of
didn't.
Pediatrics.
You just said
I
you don't know the data.
just
You
pulled
did
up.
not look up desistance rates. You did not look up anything other than what fits your narrative.
And what you just
Desistance
said is that
rates,
you want
very
morality
high.
To dictate
No,
policy.
above
I want people to have
90%.
freedom
I
to
certainly
I know
did not.
that.
That's just not true.
You-
I said
So
that everyone's
And
view
I'm a
on
dumb
Australian
guy
frontier
playing
is
a
dictated by their
video
morality.
game.
You do have one as well. People have a moral framework. You've told me that you're in favor of public health. That is a moral stance. So are you a fundamentalist? Do you want
No,
to
I talk
impose
about
Yeah, why are you
politics. I don't
imposing
talk
your
about
will on
things that are
people?
so
You want
abstract. I talk
You
about
want
me to
preventing
pay
it or not?
more taxes
That's a moral
to
one.
take care of people's
It's not a
health?
scientific one.
Have you considered
Why are you
going solar
imposing
when
your
people
will on
are
me?
afraid of the huge price
Damn
tag attached?
socialists.
So most people don't know this, but almost
Shut
no,
up.
It is a public health position
Well, it's sure. Your morality dictates that the government can impose a medication on people against their will.
because I'm trying to create a
That's a moral
society.
question.
No, because I'm trying to
That's
create.
moral.
Sure, I think I am more moral.
But you just said you weren't. You said you were not a moralist.
No, I'm not. I am dealing in politics, and
That should be
politics
more
can
moral.
create outcomes
More
that
moral.
are moral or immoral. And
More
I'm dealing with
moral.
the ones that I think will create the most
So you're moralist.
best outcomes.
I think she's
No.
degenerate
Moralism,
witch.
moralism in the way
We need
that
to
I
bring
was
back the
representing is
Inquisition.
one that falls back on notions
People
of
like
fundamentalism
this.
and imposing morality that is individual to you
I'm
on
not
the rest
talking
of
about
society.
imposing
I am
morality.
talking about
I'm talking
creating
about
a
the way that
society,
shows
creating
children.
a society that gives people
My
the
thing is
freedom that
burning up.
they.
Moralism.
No, that's
You want to
politics. right?
create a society that does works for the goal of your personal interest.
What you are talking about is imposing
Search your
a
chest.
narrow set of ideas about how society should be, or
Based on
how
scientific
things-
research I pulled up.
No,
Cobble
no,
crusher.
No,
Right,
it's-
What
literally
kind of
study.
no, you
freaking
want to
weapon is
restrict
that?
people's ability to do what they want to do with their bodies. That's what you want to do.
Do you think
I don't
that people
believe
should
that.
cut their hands off?
I don't deal in abstract, ridiculous hypotheticals because I deal in reality. I
Do you
cover
think
politics.
Oh
so?
my
So you're in favor of
God.
female genital circumcision?
That doesn't happen in the United States.
How much do you
So
want
what?
that? How much do? No, you're wrong. It does
There
happen.
are very
like-
small amounts. I am not in
So you're
favor.
in favor of it?
I wouldn't.
If you want to restrict what people do with their own children, you're against parental rights?
That's
Don't
not
play
the same
stupid games.
thing. Is a doctor? You
You want to talk about
looking
Dearborn,
over-
Michigan? I've
No,
actually
no.
gone there and done the research. I've actually done the boots on the ground journalism of the story. Okay? Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, right. Because female circumcision is a bad thing. We do not want
Ah!
it to be happening. And even the parents were
Fell in the
doctors to
freaking
prescribe.
lava.
There are limits. There's the famous story of the Kennedy. They got the.
I didn't
the-
know
the
you
Kennedy
die
got
instantly
lobotomized
if you
because
fall in
doctors
the lava.
prescribed it. Just because
I
there's
need to
current
get the
scientific research
fire
that leans
helmet
one direction doesn't
because
mean we move
I have
absolutely in one
2
direction.
out of
What
3
we have here
pieces
is
of
a
armor.
very prominent set of studies, which we've referenced on the show numerous times, showing desistance rates for minors who do not receive intervention in terms of affirmation.
Yeah, we've already talked about that, Tim. She doesn't. She knows it. She's just pretending to be ignorant in bad faith. Because she knows if she accepts that, it defeats her whole argument that you're just basically destroying children. Which is the plan. But anyway, like I was saying, if I had the fire helmet, I could swim in lava. Did you know that? I could swim in the dang lava. We got a glowy rock. Glowy Joey. We got a glowy rock. Follow the beam to the end and offer the crystal there. Okay, yeah. I know. Just give me the laser. Laser's going over there. Okay, here's how we do this. We get the water. First, we get our dang cobble crusher. I'm gonna mine this rock right there. And before we do this, I want to go back this way. Because I need to find the bubble frog. Okay, that's the main room. Come here, fire lizard! We need to go this way. I think the bubble frog's going to be over there. Hey! Oh, this leads to the same... Haha, got you, lizard. There's the bubble frog, I was right. Man, I'm like a genius. Come here, frog. Hoo-ah! Don't fall in the lava! I can't get the, No! How do I grab it? Wait, how do I get the gem if it's in the lava? What the? Hold on, I got an idea. I do this, and I grab a choo-choo jelly, and I throw it. No! Ah! Why am I yelling? Echo's freaking out. Wait, hold up. Where'd the... I do this. Got it. Okay. Alright, let's get out of here. We gotta find the shrine. And then we can leave this place. Leave this place. Okay. We need to get that over there. So, here's what we do. Get our little fire hydrant. Come here, fire lizard. Blah! Get our little fire hydrant. We're gonna make a... I really don't need this. I got other ways to do this, but we're gonna do it this way. We do this. We hit it. And it's gonna make platforms for us. And then throw a fan on the back of that piece. Throw this on the front of that piece. Balance that weight out a little bit. And we're gonna jump on board. I have no steering control though. Should I make a steering stick? Or should we just try it? Hopefully we don't fly straight into that pool of lava. That would suck. We're going, we're going, we're going. Hooray! We made it. Okay, stop. We jump off. And then we're gonna dock our boat. Dock our boat right there. I'm gonna grab this rock. And take it over this way. Set this down and look around. See what we found on the ground. Listen for a sound. Stop! Don't roll into the lava, please. Set it right there. Nice. We're gonna go look over here. See if we find anything. We got a platform over there in the middle. Nothing on it. Whoa. What was that? I heard a weird noise. Proceed with caution. Boss. Boss. Hey, that was easy. Easy, squeezy, lemon peasy. And now I think I can get another heart.
Or gender sex change is upwards of 95%.
We'll get
in
that
which
John
case
Doyle
science
video
dictates
going
we do not
in a
intervene.
little bit.
If you want to take the 5% chance that we
Just gonna
then
let the
intervene in
stream
these
go
children's
for a little
lives, and that can
while
result in
first.
even one kid being harmed, that sounds like an immoral action.
Now, these are extremely specific hypotheticals that you are maximizing in
This
this
is a
current
study I
instance,
pulled up.
and I am interested in creating a society that is not that is yes moral, but it's based on outcomes, not just
That's what I just pulled up. Like, I mean, I can read to you again.
Right, but pull up the American Pediatrics study.
we're
that I
talking
talked
about
Can I ask a
Pull it up.
hypothetical while you pull that up? If it is true that prescribing puberty blockers prevents people from hitting that point of puberty where they would decide, and largely they would decide to desist, right, when they hit the point of puberty, would you be in favor of removing that?
Let's go to the John Doyle video now. We'll come back to this later. John Doyle, heck off, commie. Since this is what we're titled. America is not racist at the HBCU. So Steven Crowder did this first. But he did it at like a white liberal college. John Doyle, the boy, went to the dang HBCU to do this, change my mind. And this is sad. This is a sad, sad video because I try my hardest to believe that there's no such thing as racism. I try my hardest to give people the benefit of the doubt and think that, you know, it's not a genetic thing. Like, degeneracy is not genetic. Low IQ is not genetic. This culture of violence and just supporting everything evil. It's not a genetic thing. It's not a biological thing. It's not a race thing. It's a spiritual thing. I try to believe that. But when you watch videos like what we're about to watch, it makes it very hard. Pause. It makes it very difficult to believe that because this is a sad state of America. This is a college campus. A HBCU, a historically black college and university college campus with college students. These are supposed to be the future of America. These are supposed to be the educated and intelligent people in America. And it's a very sad video. So let's watch.
What's up, guys? My name is
And there's a lot of ads in this, so I'm going to have to skip.
Here to try the...
I want to know what does Make America Great Again mean to you? Do you not feel like that's
Let's go to regular speed.
what that stood for?
No, I think that it just acknowledges that America used to be a great country and it's not anymore. And it just wants to be made great again.
But that's racist.
That's
About
racist.
mass incarceration. Do you think that has any effect?
How do I turn the game on?
Because you're not going to like this. I actually think we have an under-incarceration problem in this country. So even when black Americans have that generational wealth you're talking about, it's not, well, I like to have research so I can come have these conversations.
What's your story?
I'm not wrong, though. No, this is from the Bureau of Justice Statistics, Bureau of Labor Statistics. So white people are incapable of honesty. We're misaligned with the reality.
If we just get rid of everything and just look at the generational wealth that your family was allowed to pass down on to each other, not your family specifically, I mean the white man.
They're going to do that 20 times throughout this thing. They're going to say, you people,
Right.
not you, but you people. Talk about white people.
The difference
Yes, sir.
between black people not liking white people.
I've already watched this. I'm just going to say now, John maintains incredible composure in this because there's so many times where I know he knows basically a very blatant, very simple comeback to these things that they're saying, but it's kind of it hurts their feelings. He doesn't ever do that. He stays very calm, he stays very civil, and he doesn't ever he actually avoids saying the common sense dig. It would be like a dig. It would kind of hurt their feelings, and he doesn't say it. And so I respect that he's able to do that. I don't know if I could have stayed composed like this.
And white people not liking black people is if you're white and you're racist, you don't like me because I'm black. If I'm black and I don't like you because you're white, I don't like you because of my history with white people and because of my ancestors' history.
Races rank each other. What we see is that white Americans rank themselves pretty much in the middle. Every other race also pretty much in the middle. But every other race, whether it's Hispanics, Asians, or blacks, all rank themselves the highest in terms of who they want to be around, and they all rank whites the lowest. I don't know why. Maybe we're just that off-putting. Everyone wants to be around a white person. Look at you right now. You all want to be around the white people.
Why do you think Obama moved to Martha's Vineyard? Obama done got out the hood.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yes.
Blondes
For the
look
last couple
good.
of years, the United States has officially celebrated
those are not
Juneteenth
fucking
on
white
June 19th, thanks to
They
Joe
still
Biden
hate
signing
white
the Juneteenth National Independence Day Act in 2021, establishing the day as a federal holiday, and it commemorates the anniversary of the order by Major General Gordon Granger proclaiming freedom for enslaved people in Texas on June 19th, 1865. And this is actually the first federal holiday to be added to the calendar since the addition of Martin Luther King Jr. Day in 1983, which was another holiday meant to solidify the left-wing historiography that the glory of this country simply comes from its ability to liberate itself in all regards from the evil white men who built it. And I know a lot of well-meaning people think that Martin Luther King Jr. would just be appalled and completely against the actions and demands of the activist groups that claim to carry his torch today. But a study of the actual history of the civil rights movement and Martin Luther King Jr., the history which neither the right nor the left will touch, shows that things are playing out exactly as expected. And if you're interested in learning about it, I have a whole video on that as well. But the problem with Juneteenth isn't
a great video on how Martin Luther King was a commie.
that it celebrates the anniversary of freeing enslaved people in Texas. Obviously, nobody supports slavery. That should go without saying. The problem is that the intent behind elevating this day to being a federal holiday is the same intent behind things like the 1619 Project, the Black National Anthem, Black Lives Matter, even our advertisements, which is to reorient the American historiography, the way that we understand and justify our own existence, history, and purpose, to be about the perpetual struggle of oppressed minorities against the evil white men who have been oppressing them
my
this whole
boat is
time.
gone.
That's not true. It's not even half true. It's not, well, sure, it's somewhat true, but the left is just taking it too far. That's a cop-out. It's false. But if you're going to have a second Independence Day, a second national anthem, and a new history of America, which starts in 1619 instead of 1492, suggesting literally that the arrival of African slaves on the North American continent has been more consequential for the United States of America than the arrival of the European explorers in 1492, paving the way for the establishment of this country in the first place, then how could you expect this narrative to not reign, assuming that it's not already? The first step in dismantling this narrative is just speaking about it fully and honestly, which is why I decided to do a Change My Mind segment about it. Now, obviously, Steven Crowder came up with this idea. He's done tons of them all across the country. He's had huge success. I always wanted to do one, but I didn't want to take his thing out of respect. However, once popular liberal streamer Destiny started doing them, I figured the IP is pretty much public domain now, so I went ahead and threw my hat in the ring. But if you by chance haven't heard of Steven Crowder, literally the most popular conservative on YouTube, the credit goes to him. This is his idea, especially because it turns out that he actually did one with the same premise, and I just went ahead and didn't even notice until I'd already spent the money to produce this video.
But he didn't do it at a HBCU, so we got to give John the points for taking this to a HBCU, because this is way crazier than Crowder's.
So on account of that, I would like to issue an official "my bad, bro."
Well,
but
is
if
the
we're
hand?
talking about race
Oh,
in
it's
America, I'm
hand!
not just going to go to some college campus nearby and listen to a bunch of
hate
spoiled
the hand!
white liberal snowflakes tell me about oppression. So I traveled all the way across the country to what 30 Seconds on Google told me is the best HBCU in the country to get the real answers. The results of just walking onto this HBCU campus with a sign simply declaring that America is not racist was students and people online calling for me to be killed, calling for me to be shot in the head, to be jumped, to be beaten, to be lit on fire, to be arrested and charged with a hate crime, people accusing me of domestic terrorism, etc., etc. One student posted on her Instagram story the description of what she called racist trash, which was that some white men came to campus and said that America isn't racist, that America doesn't lock up enough criminals, and that the only racism in America is for black people against white people. Well, that's not exactly what I said. It's interesting to me that she and her classmates would try to refute these bullet points by later telling me that it's literally unfair for me to be speaking to them, since I know more on the subject than they do, by threatening my life and by otherwise spewing viciously racist sentiment at me because I am white. This girl also did not seem to like that I used, quote, big words. Her follow-up post would lend more insight into the type of person she is, since below the reiterated list of our crimes, she mentions that she finds it ridiculous that her university, which is public, followed the laws pertaining to free speech on campus, but yet when she and her roommates are in their apartment, they receive noise complaints for being too loud. So much for free speech. Remember this next time you're in a movie theater. It's just free speech, and if you don't like it, you can move to China. Another wrote that these whites have been getting really besides themselves lately. They need to realize we're not scared of them. And in some places, they just need to not try that crazy stuff at. Keep that on their campus. Reasons we need to teach our black high schoolers the importance about going to an HBCU. Another said freedom of speech? This is a hate crime. They didn't understand why we were even allowed to set up in the first place. They said our font choice was evil. I thought it was playfully insensitive. They called us colonizers, as if that's an insult. White devils. Mayo monkeys, somewhat self-explanatory, I suppose. Palm-colored people, I actually had to look this up. It says we're dangerous, which is so true. I mean, people notoriously avoid living in palm-colored people neighborhoods, cities, and countries due to their high prevalence of violent crime. Shaved monkeys? I am not
Shaved
shaved.
monkeys.
I am hairy, thank you.
Let's go.
Now, a cave crawler, for those who don't know the more esoteric components of Black history, is a white person because it was actually
He's gonna die
Africans
from this.
who taught Europeans how to build civilization, literally saving them
he did
from
die.
living in caves like Neanderthals. You learn things like this on Black Twitter.
Hey, I got
Very
your weapon,
fascinating
my
stuff.
boy.
And remember, evidence
bro.
is like actually white supremacy. I mean, you must defer to the
Nice.
equally valid spoken word tradition of generational storytelling and lived experiences. Otherwise, you are literally Hitler. We recorded this back in February since it was Black History Month, and we figured that there would be no better time, place, and group of people for a discussion on racial politics than on that campus during that month. And in the days following, we received hundreds more death threats, racist messages.
Johnson, why are you naked? Because my t-shirt sucks. Look at Gibson.
You see, there's a lot of ads in this video, but I get it. He's pretty inconsistent with his videos because all of his videos are like college dissertations. They're all like epically thought out and written and put together. And do I want this? I don't think I want this. Yeah, I don't want this. I kind of want it. Do I want the... Let's get rid of the... This cobble crusher. We'll pick this up. And we'll use this cobble crusher. But his videos are very well thought out. Not a lot of like editing. Well, yeah, he edits in facts, pictures. Just great all around videos. Very high intelligence level videos. A lot of people probably can't keep up with them. Especially the type of people who need to see them. Probably can't follow the videos. But so he doesn't put out videos real frequently. So I understand why he's running a lot of ads in this, because he probably had to do a lot of work to keep this monetized. And when you're only putting out like a handful of videos every year, you know, he wants to make as much money as he can off it. And he knows the people that are watching are gonna... The people who watch his videos are gonna sit and watch the whole 2-hour video. And so he runs a lot of ads, which it's annoying, but I respect it. See, there's editing. Rusty shield? I don't want that. Come here, ball. Oh, the ball's rolling away. Dang. And y'all ain't jumping that inward yet. Let's beep him. The white devil strikes again. Knock the table over and light him on fire. What if I just dive across the table and tackle him? I hope this guy got harmed in some way. Wow, this is just... This is how... He's just having a civil conversation at a college campus. Very calm, very polite. I would have poured water on him or something. What? I guess that's probably the least harmful thing you could do. That choice of font for this gotta be a hate crime. Oh, I didn't even notice the font. It's like African font, and it's in black and yellow, which is like the BLM colors. And it says America with a K. Oh, no, it's not a K. It's an I and a C, and it kind of looks like a K. America, as Tony says, is not racist. And it's the African font. Which isn't even, like, really African font. I like how his S looks like a lightning bolt. Sigh with a gun. Clout chasing white supremacists. Imagine what it must feel like to be at an HBCU and have a lived experience of daily racism. And then this piece of poop, props to all the people not beating the poop out of him. because they know they could be killed by a Leos. Why is this allowed to be to a non-student? Well, because it's a college, it's a college campus, which is supposed to be open for discussion, and they are open to the public. It's called the First Amendment. I know these people don't understand what that means, but yeah. The way I would change the way he breathes through his face instead. Doesn't everybody already breathe through their face though? Personally, I think fighting these people is valid. I will come back to A&T my dang self to flip that table over. Not the blood, sweat, and tears we done put at that school. God, these people are idiots. I'm sorry. This video is a sad thing to see. Let me walk up and choke him, please. Sometimes violence is the answer. People like this need a fiery death. Set them on fire. Close campus, I don't trust them. Unfortunately, since it's a public university, they legally have to allow groups due to freedom of speech. Otherwise, they can get sued or lose funding. Oh, look, it's somebody who's somewhat smart. I can't read that. They had to come and attempt this to ruin our Black History Month. Miserable. Yeah, he did this in February. That's enough of that. You get the point.
One of the more popular ones actually said that HBCUs shouldn't be a safe space for white people to carry on like this. In other words, if you're white and you exist on an HBCU campus, you cannot justly expect to preserve your safety if you choose to dissent from the predominant beliefs of the black students. That means you deserve violence. But what they really hated was at the end of it, a few of the black guys who were trying to actually have a conversation with us, they helped us carry the equipment back to our cars.
See, there's some
and for doing so, they were
left.
called
That's
race traitors, house slaves, coons, and Uncle Toms. So given all of the death threats and viciously racist sentiment I've received after the fact, you must be expecting to watch me conduct myself in an extremely disrespectful and hateful manner. As the video continues, I would like you to be thinking to yourself about all the backlash that we received and if our conduct actually warrants it. There's no way that that would be the response if I just sat down with a sign that reads "America's not racist" and invited people to speak with me, right? That's why I went to an HBCU for this discussion. I've noticed a lot of people like to have a safe version of this discussion by either hovering around the core of the topic or refusing to talk to actual black people about it. I'd like to provide a more accurate depiction of what these conversations should be and are like. My sign says that America is not racist because of course it isn't. It's not just that our laws or our institutions aren't racist. The whole country isn't racist. The people aren't, the culture isn't, the systems aren't. It literally does not exist. White Americans are statistically the least racist group of people on earth, and I'm tired of avoiding that fact because it might make people uncomfortable. The idea that the difference in group
And I've said before, I don't like white people now are buying into this Marxist ideology of talking about anti-white racism, but John does talk about that, and I've said I don't agree with it. It's not something I'm gonna like stop listening to somebody because of it, unless that's the whole focus of their like there's this channel called No White Guilt, and the guy's cool. His name's Jason. He's cool, but the whole focus of the channel is this content right here. Is this idea of anti-white racism, and it's just like if that's the whole focus of your channel and that's the whole content that you do, then I feel like you're no different. That's Marxist ideology. You're no different than them. You're taking the same, oh, they're oppressing us, and it's kind of weak. But this video kind of changed my mind on that a little bit. When you see this video and you try to say racism doesn't exist, and you try to say I don't want to be like them and talk about anti-white racism and all that, but when you watch this video, it makes it hard to not see it. It's sad. It's really sad. That's the comment I made on this video. Is this is sad. This is really sad.
outcomes between white people and black people can be blamed on the individual or the collective actions of white people maneuvering against black people, which for some reason can never be proved, that's absurd. The closest they've gotten to proving this is by showing that unconscious or implicit biases can exist, and from there they infer that, well, you know, this could translate into demonstrated patterns of behavior, but they never actually manifest into that demonstrated action. You would think then that there would be some more humility exercised in conversations about reparations, defunding the police, increased diversity quotas, affirmative action, etc., etc. But actually, if you even disagree with the root idea of all of those, that America at its core is racist, your life is threatened. Look at the language I use in this video. Conversation, dialogue, the scar of slavery. None of it seems to matter. That type of dynamic is simply unsustainable, and I think that's becoming more clear to people as the years pass.
And I think that's why he made sure to be very cautious with his words. Because in his videos, he will say stuff like that's kind of insensitive, quote unquote, that would kind of hurt their feelings in his videos. But in this conversations that he has, he's very cautious not to like say anything hurtful. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how you try to reason or talk to them or speak logic to them. The first guy is going to question all his stats that he's spitting off the top of his head, and he'll go into a thing about how he could have brought a bunch of, like how Crowder does. Crowder will have a binder filled with sources, but it doesn't matter. If you're in a debate, there's no point in citing sources, because then they'll just argue with your sources. They'll say, oh, that source is bad, and they'll divert, and they'll talk about something different. It doesn't matter if you have stats and facts to back it up. There's no speaking logic to this type of person. And it's not just black people. There's dumb white people, too.
Pass. Everything you see now that is quote-unquote woke, that stems from this core idea, and until you attack it directly, you're only going to be buying yourself increasingly smaller windows of time. But enough with what I have to say. It's time to sit my white ass down and listen as we amplify black voices and put ourselves right at the center of a black experience in this tremendous Juneteenth celebration.
War Thunder, the military online action game, has received this year's first major update. The branch of unique South African vehicles is now available. Upgraded MBTs,
That was the Partridge Family's Doesn't Somebody Want to Be Wanted, followed by Edison Lighthouses.
All right, so we're here. What's your name, sir?
My name is
Rel, nice to meet you. My name is John. Of course, the sign says America is not racist. Change my mind. We're here for Black History Month, just trying to have conversations. We spoke a little bit before we were recording.
This is about
my
to be like
position is
Albert
essentially
Einstein,
that America in its modern state is not racist as a
to
people,
a flat earther.
as an institution. Any of the metrics by which you would try to measure that, I don't think it exists. And if it does exist, I would argue that it's actually racist systematically against white people. I think we see this in basically every institution, whether at a governmental level, in academia. We see this in all sorts of different NGOs. And even as a people, I think that anti-white sentiment is very common now, and it's sort of written off as nothing too serious. I think it's even promoted in a lot of aspects. So I'm open to having my mind change. I know you are as well, so I'd just be curious to get your thoughts on my position and your position as well.
Okay, so one, I don't really think my mind is going to be changed. And two, I have to let you understand that you do think that
so at least he admits that he's bad
is
faith
affecting white people now. But literally, you're standing on the biggest HBCU, the biggest public HBCU, North Carolina A&T. And I feel like you failed to realize that this is a HBCU, and the HBCU is actually created in order for black people seeking education, in order to have a safe environment where they don't have to worry about racism, where they don't have to worry about their skin complexion, where they don't have to worry about if their
Bulma on the shirt,
hairstyle is suited as unprofessional or not. And I don't understand how you say that a lot of stuff is targeted towards white people when you guys made up these rules. You guys wrote the Constitution.
You guys?
Y'all didn't even include us. Y'all didn't see us as people.
I love
when
how
we first started off. And now we are here at a HBCU having.
You're gonna see the cognitive dissonance where they're constantly gonna refer to like all white people created the laws. All white people did slavery. And how all black people suffered from slavery. Like, these people have never been to Africa. These people have never been slaves. They don't have any idea what Africa's like. They don't have any idea what slavery's like. But they're going to refer to it as us versus them. Us, the slave owners, and them, the slaves. In 2023.
In this debate.
I agree with a lot of that, but I mean, the Constitution was written in the 18th century. This school was probably established in the 19th century, so this was
1891 to be exact.
So this was hundreds of years ago. I don't understand how that would translate to now contemporary America. I fully acknowledge that those things happened in the past, but in terms of what is affecting Black America now versus White America, I don't think that White America is the culprit.
So you don't think that White America is the culprit?
Correct.
Okay, I want to ask this again.
Sure.
So you do not think that White America is the culprit?
He just said that.
Is that
he just
camera
asked
on?
that question for us.
So what part are you not understanding?
I don't think that white Americans are responsible for the
stand up
position
and
of
get
Black
aggressive
Americans.
already.
Okay. Hey, bring that camera closer. Bring that camera closer.
Why are you standing up?
Okay.
Why are you leaning forward? Why are you getting aggressive?
He's saying system. He's saying institutionalized.
It's not how you have a civil
I have
conversation.
to disagree 100%.
course you
HBCUs
do.
were created to to fight against racism inside of classrooms. If you want to talk about modern day, in 2012, I have to say 21% of African Americans were more likely to be shot by the cop just because of the whole Trayvon Martin and George Zimmerman case. So,
that's
your idea of that racism does not exist now.
Your idea of that.
When I can really get pulled over by a cop right now, I go for
What
my
the-
license and I just get shot.
Yo!
The thing that they can say was, "Oh, I thought it was just a weapon," and all they get is a smack on the wrist and go on about your day. But
Why did I die? I can't pull out a bomb flower in the dang cave because it's too hot. The bomb flower blows up immediately. I just blew myself up. What the heck? I just blew myself up. Okay, no bomb flowers. You cannot use bomb flowers in the cave. In the cave. No bomb flowers in the cave. Why did I put a stamp here? I don't think there's a cave here. Well, delete that. I don't think I need that. Okay, but I have a heart here. Hold up. What was I doing? I was on my way out peacefully. I was peacefully protesting. Okay, I need to blow up that rock. Problem is, I can't use a bomb flower because it'll blow up before I shoot it. I think even if I take a bomb out, it will blow up. So how do I... Where's, Yunobo? Yunobo, come here! Get out of there. Yunobo, are you in this cave? Get out, bro. How can I hit that? Contribute. I guess I could just go over there and hit it with my cobble crusher. Ooh, it's a ruby. I'm only doing this to see why I have a.
But if you was in that situation,
I had an old marker in this area, and I don't know why. Maybe there's a Korok over here that I found a while ago, and I never. There's a heart on my map right here. I don't know why I put that there. At some point in the game, I was over here and I felt the urge to put a marker on my map. Huh. I don't know why I did that. Anyway, let's get rid of that. I don't know why I did that. Like, unless there... Luminous stone over there. Is there a Korok somewhere over here? Maybe I saw a Korok that I didn't feel like saving at the time. Huh, I don't see anything. Yep. No, I don't think so. In that case, let's get rid of this. We need to head to this star over here.
and you pulled out your ID and you got shot, they're doing a whole investigation, and more than likely, he's probably going to lose his job and he's going to be serving time in jail.
Mm-hmm. What's interesting about that, it's sort of anecdotal, is when you get into like the actual statistics on like by and large, what we see is that if you control for the likelihood of being arrested and also the crimes that they're being accused of, Black Americans are not actually shot more likely than white Americans. And what's even interesting is if you look at the data for people who try to assault a police officer while they're being arrested, Black Americans are actually 40% less likely to be shot under those circumstances. So I don't think that's true. And also, if it is the fault of white people, why are black officers more likely to shoot black suspects than white officers are? Hispanics are also less likely to shoot black suspects than black officers are. So I don't think that you can point the finger and say this is because of white people, when even when those things do happen, the black officers are the ones pulling the trigger.
Do their job.
Okay, one, I will not deny that that happens, but two, I need to see the statistics before I just go off of what you have to say. So if you have a reliable source about the statistics, I will gladly shut up about that. But with that going forward, it's hard to sit here and be like, oh, white people are hated on when you guys made the rules. And you guys made all of these rules, even though it was way back in what, 18...
The school was founded?
No, not here, not the school. I'm talking about everything like history. 18 what? Well, no. When was the Constitution written?
1787.
1787. So it's 2023, And a lot of those laws are still being used to this day. So can you also say, so we can agree that that history is affecting the present? Do you agree or do you disagree?
I agree.
Or do you want me to go into more detail about that?
I agree. I think that, if you don't mind, one of the most famous lines in the Constitution is this idea that all men are created equal, and our Supreme Court has solidified that with things like the Civil Rights Act to make that literally the law of the land. So there is no case now in contemporary America where black Americans are discriminated against at an institutional level compared to white Americans or any other types of Americans.
Did you say you said at an institutional level?
Yeah.
At an institutional level.
Yes, sir. So you seem to keep wanting to pivot back to, the founding of America, maybe being written such.
I'm not trying
what about now?
not trying to pivot. I'm not trying to pivot. I'm trying to let you understand that stuff from the past tends to affect the future.
How does it affect? That's what I'm confused on. How does that affect now?
How does it affect it now?
Yes, sir.
Which parts?
So how does the founding of America being perhaps disadvantageous to black Americans, how does that affect the position that you guys are in now 240 years later?
Not understanding our culture, not understanding everything that comes behind us. A lot of black people can get rejected at a job just for a hairstyle. Mm-hmm. For me right now, I have twists. I can show up to a job right now and I can get denied. Mm-hmm. Although I can meet every...
Maybe it's not because your hair is in twists. Maybe it's because the way you dress when you show up for the interview. Maybe it's because you say things like although and axe. You don't speak with proper English. Maybe that's why you don't get the job. Maybe it's not because your hair style.
Every single requirement that they had and some. Just off of a hairstyle. The Crown Act. Please look it up. Education is very important. And you talking about inside of classrooms, a lot of black people don't really go off to college unless it's a HBCU, or if it's the first 2 years they're doing it at a technical school and then they're transferring over. Mm-hmm. So a lot of us don't really even have the funds to even attend a college. Mm-hmm. And I'm blessed to have that opportunity from my parents and a two-parent household. But you have to understand that a lot of stuff does stem from racism.
What does the racism have to do with the lack of funding? I mean, in my opinion, I think that there's great opportunity for black Americans to attend schools all over the country. I mean, there are so many different grants and scholarship programs that are specifically for minority students or minority applicants that white students don't get to enjoy. And even we find that black and brown students are more likely to get scholarships when they apply versus white students because of things like that. Or even we know that when equally qualified applicants apply to a school, black applicants are 20 times more likely to be accepted than equally qualified white students. Asians get a little bit ticked down, I think 5 or 6% less likely, simply because of things like affirmative action and this idea of progress that we've been trying to actualize throughout society. So I don't think it can be simply ascribed to black students aren't going to college because of racism. I think it's simply because of choices that are made within the black community that don't tend to result in that as an outcome.
And what kind of things are you talking about when you refer to the black community?
I think that if you look at the data, black students don't spend as much time doing homework when they're in school. They're not as likely to.
I really want to. Hey, does anybody got a phone that can pull up this guy's statistics? I'm not trying to be mean.
You're in college in 2023. Do you think every single person there doesn't have a phone? Do you not have a phone?
Or anything? Can anybody pull up this guy's statistics?
You don't have an
Obama phone? Put it on screen
phone
because if I say something wrong, I'm gonna get eaten alive. I will fix it. So
no. Just let it ride. We don't need to be having that up anyway.
So
yeah, because
that
he
is
knows
true though. And in terms of time outside of school spent doing homework, black people are much less likely to spend time doing homework than white students are. And so I think that can translate to perhaps a lesser inclination to pursue higher education. I think that if a black student wants to go to college, they have every opportunity to do so, and even people are willing to give them advantages to pursuing that. I think it's simply a matter of them not wanting to pursue it for whatever reason.
Well,
speaking of affirmative action, the Supreme Court in Louisiana, I think, shot down affirmative action today. I don't know if that should be nationally, which is great because it's racist. If you want an example of systemic racism, affirmative action is it. White people and Asian people have to do better on the test than black people. So everything this dude's saying is wrong. As usual. Think you're gonna sit down and get the boy JD in the debate? Nah, come on now. No, I didn't mean to do that. I wasted my rocket. And I took damage from falling. Oh, why'd you knock him off the cliff? Oh, okay, good. Don't roll down the cliff. No! Oh, man. I don't want to go down there to get that treasure.
One, you have to understand this. I have to, in order for me to keep on going off of these conversations, I would love to see the statistics. That's just me going forward. But at the same time, I can't comment on that. I can't comment on the
If you say I need to see the statistics, why can't I say that word today? Statistics. If you say that and then somebody shows you the statistics, then you need to accept them. Otherwise, it's bad faith, and you're not really there to hear. You're just there to run your mouth, not listen, not learn anything.
studying situation, because I don't know if that's true or not for me to even react. But if you're talking about the mistakes, I mean, if you're talking about how white people tend to get rejected more, you gotta look at the way the economy is set up now. Majority of white people are oversaturating each profession, from STEM majors, from engineering, doctors. We need black people in those fields.
Why? That's racist. Why? Hold on, I got the boss's call. Hello? Well, the one that's in there is I need a quick set that works with that type of quick set lock. The one I need is like, it's like flat on one side and it's curved. I'll take a picture of it. Right, it's almost a square, but it has one curved side. Okay. Well, I'm worrying about rent right now. Like, pick me ups. So wait, we're not. Well, we're working tomorrow, right? Doing that landscape and stuff. Yeah, I'm trying to think of if I would need anything. I don't know, it might be expired, but Yeah, but you've talked to Shane. He seems okay. Yeah, I just don't want something crazy to happen. Um, yeah, I'll just have to get a fishing pole ready. I have a little collapsible fishing pole. There's not like big fish in there, right? They're not like giant fish. Oh yeah, that'll be fun. So I don't need anything heavy duty. That'd be that'd be 2 nights, so I wouldn't need to bring much food or anything. Yeah. A hobo dinner? I was a hobo, so I had a lot of hobo dinners. Okay. I don't think so. I was never in the Boy Scouts. I did Awana for a little while. All right, yeah, re- yeah, that would be cool. Mhm. Huh. That's cool. All right. Yep. Yeah, I just. All right. Is it a? So it's a river. It's not a lake. Usually the law is like 100 within 100 feet of the lake or something. Is it a stocked lake? Okay. Is there a fishing place on the way up there? Because live worms work really good with trout. All right. All right. Yeah, probably just plan on it. I can't really think of any. The only reason I would not want to is like I would just be worried about him around Echo, but well, it must have nipped him or something. It must have been. It was a nippy dog. Huh. What's the weather look like this weekend? Hot, not rainy. I mean, I don't care if it rains. Dang. Yeah. All right. All right. Bye. Well, that means that I need to charge my Osmo because I'm going camping tomorrow. Gotta charge my Osmo and these battery bricks. Charge this. Charge this brick. I need a USB. Where do I have a USB? Echo, we're gonna go camping tomorrow. Buddy. We're gonna go camping. Yes, buddy. You wanna go camping? You wanna go some camping? Good boy. He's a good boy. We're gonna go camping. Camping. We're going camping. That's a good boy. Charge that. Charge the light. Charge the camera. Never been out to Silver Lake, so I can make some videos. I'm really probably not even gonna bring food because I need to turn on my air conditioner because it's hot in a mug. We're going camping, Echo. Echo, we're going camping. We're going camping tomorrow. I'm gonna go out Silver Lake for 2 days. Echo, buddy, we're going camping. Oh yeah, we got the tent. We got the Osmo charging. We got the camera charging. We got the brick. Oh, we need to charge the brick. I need a USB USB A. Tent check. It's only 2 days, so I won't need much. Sleeping bag. Pan. This thing dirtied in a mug. Water. Bag. Water filter. Where's my life straw? Paracord. Check. I got more than enough paracord. I don't even probably need to bring the tent. Yeah, I do need to bring the tent because of Echo. 2 days or a day and a half? Well, actually, it'll be 3 days. Friday to Sunday. So that's 3 days. Because Jesus died on Good Friday, and he rose again on Sunday, which is 3 days. It's actually a 3-day camp. Look at this big old knife! Blah! Oh, sorry, Echo's freaking out. Like, why are you yelling? Why are you yelling? Water, check. Tripod, check. I don't have any time to plan, but I don't really need it. There's trout up there. I don't even really need to bring food. I'll probably just bring one of them rice mix things. Cup. Check. Sleeping bag. I won't even need it. It's hot. It's gonna be like 90 degrees out there. What's this? Oh. The heck? Oh, that's the straw for my water. Anyway, we'll probably do this later. I don't need to. We're gonna pack light. We're gonna pack light, baby. Where's my life straw? Oh, we got the GoPro. We got the headlamp. We got a spoon. Backpack rain cover. It'll be nice up there, though. It'll be cooler than it is down here. I got my pillow. I got my sleeping bag. I don't even think I need a sleeping bag. I think I could just... I'm going to bring it just in case. Because you never know. If it gets cold up there. We got the saw. Do I need the hatchet? I probably don't need the hatchet. I'll bring the hatchet. Should I bring the BB gun? Probably might bring the BB gun. Yeah, we got everything we need, Echo. All I got to do is pack a little bit of food, not much. Friday night, Saturday night. I mean, I'll be eating trout, so I don't know. I might not even bring any food. Probably gonna spend the night and call that 2 days. No, it's 3 days. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 2 nights. Friday night, Saturday night. Oh yeah, we're going camping, Echo. We're gonna make some videos. We're gonna catch some trout. I've never been to that spot before. I've never been to Silver Lake. It's gonna be a new spot. You happy? Shane's up there. Shane's living up there. And I don't know. That's gonna be interesting, but you know. I can do my own thing, make my videos, talk to him a little bit, see how he's doing, but pretty much after my boss kicked Shane out, he was doing the being on the streets thing for a little while, and it wasn't working out for him. I guess he was having a rough time getting involved in some bad people, and he talked to my boss, and he was like, I just want to go stay in the woods. So Shane's been living in the mountains in a tent fishing, and I was like, that's pretty... I was like, dang, he's living the life. Like, I mean, I guess if I really wanted to, I could do that too, but I like streaming and stuff. But if you're not streaming, or you don't have a job, might as well go live up in the mountains. Try to lead him back to Jesus. I will. It's probably good for him staying out there. It's probably helping clear his mind, and I think they got him off all the stuff, all the different crazy medications he was on, and now he's just on a limited amount. And my boss said he's doing better. Really, I just want to go camping, and my boss said the other day that he was saying it would be nice if he could get some company out there. And my boss is like, just randomly called. We got to do some landscaping tomorrow, and then afterwards he's going to drive me and drop me up there. But he was like, I can take you up there Friday night after we work, and then pick you up on Sunday. Because I told him I'd like to go camping, but with Echo, it's hard. So he's like, yeah, I'll just drive you and Echo out there, and then... Yeah, cool. We gonna go camping, boy. Remember sleeping in the tent? You like that? Yeah, you like that. Yeah, you better like that. That should be fun. I just need to make sure all my stuff is charged up fully. I got the Osmo on the charger. I think my Osmo is messed up though. It takes forever to charge, so hopefully by the end of the day tomorrow we can get a good charge out of it. And I got this camera. I got this camera charging up. Oh, you didn't know I had a nice camera, did you? The problem with this camera, it is a nice camera, and this is like a $150 lens right here. I think actually it's probably like a $300 lens, but I got this from a homeless guy. I think he stole it from somebody's car. I'm just kidding. I don't know that. I'm just kidding. I'm just assuming because why would a homeless guy have a nice camera? And he sold it to me for like 40 bucks. The bag, everything. I was like, all right. I'm not asking questions. I don't know where it came from. I'm just kidding about the car stealing thing. For the feds watching. The feds be watching. I have no idea. I'm ignorant. I don't know. I just bought it from a guy. Is that a Canon? Yeah. The problem with it is that I can't it doesn't. I would use this for streaming, but it's one model too old. The next model after this model had a connection so you could connect it to a computer and use it as a webcam. And so I would use this for my webcam, but it's one model too old so that I can't do that. It's a Canon. So I got all my camera stuff charging up right now. Food's not going to be a problem for 2 days. Should be all right. Should be all right. I'm sure it has an adapter. No, I've already looked into it. There's no way to use it as a webcam. There's no there's like an adapter you can buy. Like I have an adapter so I can hook it up to my computer to send the files back and forth. And that adapter should work to let me use it as a webcam, but there's no drivers for that. It's one model too old. It doesn't have the capabilities. I've already looked into it. Already looked into it. Oh. Who else is in here? I see 4 people watching. So that'll be cool. I can get some more camping videos going. Nice. Nice. That was definitely worth it. I think we're gonna go. Sucks I wasted my. Dang, there's a village in this volcano. Oh, that's Gerudo Town. I mean, that's the Goro village. I have a feeling this cave is going to be hard to find. Hey! Hey! Whose land are y'all camping on? Is it a national park? Silver Lake in Utah. It's in a canyon. I think it's just public, like maybe BLM land. I'm not sure, but it's legal to camp there. But you can't camp within a certain distance of the lake because it's like a public lake. So on the weekend, there's probably going to be a lot of people up there. They paddleboard and stuff. But you just get out to fish early in the morning before they get there, and then late at night. Not late at night, but as the sun's going down. And I mean, if you have live worms, it's a stocked. There's a river, which maybe Shane knows. Apparently, Shane catches fish in the river. I don't know much about river fishing, but there's a stocked lake, and if you have live worms in a stocked lake, you can catch your limit, like, with the quickness. Where am I going? I'm trying to get to this star. There's 2 stars. Yeah, it's 2 stars. There's a star there, a star there. Problem is, I think these caves are going to be hard to find. It's somewhere in this general area. Keep your eyes out for a cave. There should be a cave somewhere around here. Is it up higher? Let's check coordinates. Coordinates are 179819820321. So it's down below us. 1982 17. We're very close. Oh, we're very close. It should be right below us. Below us, pause. Where is it? It should be right around here. Dang, 3 amber from that? I'll take that. What's this sign say? Gortham Cliff. It should be 1825. Oh no, I went. It's like fishing or bug. I don't think you know the first thing about fishing. One 370. So up. It's got to be down. 6 1 7 9 8 2 3 7 0 3 2 1. Down farther. Maybe it's on the other side. Yep, there it is. Found it. No, I didn't find it. Thought I. Oh yeah, I did find it. Found it. Okay. This place. Oh, you got a quest? Customer, we got a customer here. You ready, little brother? Here we go. From morning till morning, it smiles all the time. Hey, Cabetta, what's your face doing? Get it together. My face? What about your face? Not in front of the customers, brothers. Less bickering, more smiling. Smiles all the time. Welcome to Minecart Land. Where minecarts mean smiles. Brought to you by the one and only Boat Rules are simple. You ride a minecart down the track, popping as many targets as you can within the time limit. You want to use arrows to pop the targets. Oh, and don't leave the cart or game's over. Pop 5 or more targets time runs out, and you win. To keep things fair, you'll be riding our dear old cart. No outside carts allowed. Aw, I can't bring my own custom cart. Put the cart on the track and get in and start smiling. First ride is free. We'll even give you 10 arrows. Hey, thanks, bud. Let's go! All set. And we gotta find the frog, the bubble frog, while we're down here. Well, we'll do this and then we'll find the bubble frog. I just gotta pop 5. Whoa, that was bad. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, I hit the wrong button. Crap. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. I think I popped all of them. Oh! Turn faster, Link! Oh, I missed it. Dang, there was one last one. I didn't see it till the last second. Time to announce the results. Look like you hit a total of 10 targets. Amazing, that makes you a winner. Here's your prize. Offer with the biggest of smiles. 20 rupees, what the? That was easy. It was extremely easy. Okay. Alright, enough of that. Find the stupid frog. Bubble frog, where you at? Bubble frog, yeah, that's me. I bet you he's in here. Nope, I bet you he's in there. There he is. Told you he was in here. Bubble frog, yeah, that's me. You can never hit the bunny that pops out of the bubble frog, the money bunny. Alright. Okay, the cave done. Should we explore it a little more, just to see if there's any treasures or anything? Yeah, we'll just spend a couple seconds in it. Pick up the freaking bright bloom seeds. I have 500 of them, but... Cobble Crusher, attack up +7. This will drop this. Alright, so we found that treasure. else in here. Lizard. Yep. Ho, ha, he, ha, huh. Got him. Okay. Another cave down. I gotta go to this cave. Mark this is found on my checklist here. Then we've got another cave over here. Gorko Tunnel. Get out of here, Cortana. Alright, back to the video.
Because that does not help. That does not help out with broadening the variety of doctors. If you just have a bunch of white doctors,
oh, this is what we were talking about.
Have white people. I mean, you don't.
This is what we're talking about. So he said, white people overwhelm all the industries, and that's a bad thing. We need more representation in these places. Why? That's racist. Why can't it be merit-based? Why can't it just be whoever does the best on the test, whoever's the most qualified for the job gets the position regardless of skin color? If you're going to say something like, well, we need more black representation in this place, that's racism. Which proves John's point that it's not the white people being racist. And then that's where you get affirmative action coming from. That's where you got diversity hires. People are hiring to meet a diversity quota instead of hiring based off of merit, off of who does the job the best, who's most qualified for the job. That's all that should matter. It shouldn't even ask you your race on a job employment, on a job application. And this guy's saying, if you're not black, you can't give proper medical help to a black person. That's why we need more black doctors. That's stupid. That's stupid. No, that's dumb.
Don't really have people that can relate to the doctors. We need black people in those fields. Because that does not help. That does not help out with broadening the variety of doctors.
I wouldn't want a doctor who talks like that. There's no D in those.
You just have a bunch of white doctors.
And this is the first guy. So notice he's the first one to come up. There's not a lot of people around yet. This is John's security over here. These two guys over here. By the end, it's crazy.
You don't really have white people. I mean, you don't really have people that can relate to their patients. And although you talk about it from a biology perspective or anatomy perspective, it still takes a black person to understand a black person. Same way with a Mexican person to understanding a black person, because you understand the culture, you understand what's more likely when it comes down to...
You don't understand your culture.
When it comes down...
You don't understand your culture. You don't see him wearing African headdress. You don't see him living in a dang pagoda or whatever they're called. A dirt hut. You don't see him hunting gazelle with spears. You don't see him speaking in Swahili. That's African culture. Black people in America know black American culture. They don't know African culture. Maybe a very, very few of them celebrate African culture, but hip hop and bling and all that stuff, that's American culture. Rap did not come from Africa. It came from America. Black Americans, yes. But all that stuff is American. That's black America. His culture, his Jordans, all that stuff is black America. It's not African culture. You don't know anything about African culture.
To a patient or anything in that order. I'm sorry, it's getting windy.
So I guess I would have two questions there. one, there are a lot of programs to get specifically black students into medical school. For example, if you look at like MCAT scores, in order for a black student to get accepted into a high-level medical school, they can have a significantly lower MCAT score, I think it's in like the 600s or something, than can a white applicant or an Asian applicant. So there's that. It's a lot easier for them to get into that school. And then also, why is it better inherently?
This is where he's going to ask for the stats. John's going to show him the stats. He's still going to deny it. Find a regular USB cord. Charge this brick.
He's gonna verify my stats. You'll see. You'll see.
No, I just want to verify every
I appreciate
stat
that.
that you read out to me before I just go off.
I appreciate that. And then wouldn't you rather just have a good doctor? Why does it necessarily have to be a doctor that looks like you if you think they're going to be able to relate better to you? Why not just have the best doctor, and if they happen to look like you, it is what it is? Why does that have to be a necessity to provide you better medical care?
Oh, he was reading stats. Can you repeat the question again?
Yeah, the first question is, how can you argue that we are discouraging minority doctors when, to get into a high-level medical school, black applicants are allowed to have significantly lower MCAT scores than our white applicants or Asian applicants? I can find it.
Just find it.
Yeah.
Just find it. But when it comes down to the medical field, you have to understand this as well. It's important to have a doctor from your cultural background because a lot of our stuff tends to be neglected when it comes down to doctors of other races. Huh?
It's the understanding. It's kind of like that.
Yeah, it's the understanding.
Understand it.
They medically know everything.
Yeah, okay. So from 2013 to 2016 in the United States, you can see,
and these are college
by the MCAT score and by race, it goes up as you get darker complexion, I guess you would say.
Wait, where is that? Okay. Medical schools acceptance rates by MCAT scores, GPA, race. So 24 to 26.
Across all, I guess, score breakdowns, whether it's their grade point average or their MCAT score, black applicants are significantly more likely to be accepted when they have lower scores, when they have medium scores, and when they have high scores especially. So I don't understand how you could know that and then argue that there is a disadvantage for black applicants pursuing medicine or medical school or anything like that.
30 to 32, 3.6. Still ranked, we're ranked the highest. MCAT 27 to 29, 3.4 to 3.5 average, 81. We are.
Rock out.
Wait, is that Hispanic? Okay, that's black. That's black. Oh no, I'm just.
It's not about the stats. I know people are gonna say, "Oh, you needed to have all your sources and everything. Well, print it out right there to show everybody, and that way they would have listened to you." And I appreciate what that's saying. I appreciate where that's coming from. It's certainly well-meaning sentiment, but it's just naive. It's misguided. I mean, look at what happened here. Okay, fact check. Let's pull it up. We'll pull it up right now. We'll do it live. Turns out I'm right. I'm correct. Okay, well now it's not about facts anymore. Now it's about understanding. And this happens so many more times throughout this discussion, as you'll see. And so, yeah, I mean, I link all the sources in the description if you're interested in verifying the information, but I'm smart enough to know going into that it wouldn't have made a difference. And quite honestly, I think the presence of the material itself is almost bad faith in its own way, because it's basically saying like, hey, look, I have an entire phone book of information about why I'm right and you're wrong. Come talk to me, come sit down. Whereas I just have this information like in my head stored, which is because I've thought these things through already. It's indicative of that. It's not just like, okay, I'm trying to epically own people, so I'm gonna aggregate as much facts and logic as possible, if that makes sense. So again, I appreciate the idea behind that, but I guarantee you it would not have made that much of a difference, if anything at all. If anything, actually, I think it would have made the conversation less productive.
I know that y'all looking at the stat point of view, but
Oh no, he just had me down. He just had me down.
oh,
I'm not. This is not my thing.
oh no, I'm just saying. I understand you're looking at the stats point of view and how like there are higher levels within
Would you
the
mind handing me
stats.
that actually? Coffee? Yeah. Thanks, man.
But it's more of being black. Like, it's true. Being black in America is hard. We have to work
Shut
harder
up.
to be seen as
I never went to
or
college.
be close to equivalent to our white counterparts.
No,
So
that's not true. It's not true at all.
This game.
It's actually the opposite. I could have a higher IQ, and I'll be less likely to get into college. I can do better on tests, better on SAT, and I'm going to be less likely to get into college. I have to work harder.
There was a sign. The sign fell. The sign read that America. The sign read that America's not racist. I'm inviting people to have a conversation with me.
America as a country is not racist?
As a country, as a people, I just don't think we're racist.
So do you think racism doesn't exist?
Oh, I think it definitely exists. I think it's more likely to exist presently in the form of like anti-white racism.
Anti-white racism? Okay, wait, no, guys, don't laugh. Everybody's entitled to their opinion.
I appreciate that.
Yes. Okay, so
I'm really
if we
curious
just take it back to the furthest point of history, like to the beginning of America, what was our economy built on?
Do you mind if I finish the conversation with him
No,
and then we can get into
Hard
it?
work, sacrifice,
Okay.
Virtues.
What was our economy built on? When
God.
black people were
That's
seen
what
as
our
three-fifths
economy
of
was
a
built
person,
on.
things like that. I mean, when we were seen as chattel, not even real humans, what was that? That's the foundation of this country. The forefathers.
And look how
every president, like not every president.
Look how they don't understand how to wait their turn. It's entitlement.
Every president in the first years of this country, it was built on the fact that black people were less than. Even and I just came from history right now. We just looked at the chart. Yeah, we just looked at the chart where the white man was saying that the first level of a developed human was a white man. Then under that was Asian people. Under that was the Native American, and then the black person was the lowest level because they were not considered human. So what is that? That is the foundation of this country.
Right.
And no matter how much we develop, no matter how far up we go, that is the foundation of this country. So how can something that we were built on not be what we are?
Well, I think that what you're referring to, I mean, this country formally is only like 240 something years old, but I mean, the civilization's been here for like 600 something years. I don't think that the injustices of the past actually reflect and translate to the injustices that are claimed now. Such as what? Such as what? We do. I appreciate the democratized dialogue, but the idea was to kind of have a one-on-one so that we're not in a shouting match or all just trying to talk over each other. So,
we're not in the shouting match.
well, not shouting, but you know what I mean. It's just we've got like 5 or 6 different questions at once here. So I fail to see, and I would love to know. I'm not coming at this in bad faith. How the injustices of America in its colonial days translate now to the disadvantageous position of Black Americans in 2023.
Okay. Well, sir, Ian.
How did you not get reparations?
Sir.
Here, may I?
Have you ever heard the statement 40 acres and a mule?
Yeah.
And how that was taken away?
Yeah.
I don't understand how you can say that this country and
You
the
had an option
colonial
to
days
go
don't
back to
transition into today when
Africa.
we
You
still
could've went to
follow
Liberia
the
and have
laws
your
that
own
were written
country.
back when. And I mean, they've changed and they've
With
gotten
white
better.
prostitutes.
But if we just get rid of all that, forget the laws, forget everything, let's just talk about how many years of a head start that white people got when our people were working to make wealth for your families that your families passed on to each other. And then we were given freedom, and then we were just given like, okay, well now
After
we
the
all
Civil War,
are
they were
free.
poorer.
We all can work and we all can do this. Why
They
aren't you
lost
doing
all
what we're
their
doing?
wealth.
Yeah.
But the things that you guys had, the houses, the money, all the stuff that you guys were able to inherit from your grandparents, our grandparents couldn't give that to us. The only thing our grandparents could give us was songs and stories.
Yeah.
We didn't have the money that you guys received.
know that they paid the slave
We didn't
masters,
receive
like,
money.
Even,
We earned money.
Even when slavery was abolished,
So
the
it's
way that
such-
mass
such
incarceration was
entitlement.
used to reinstate slavery, and then when it was like we had to pay, they had all these. I'm sorry, I'm kind of pissed off right now because this is happening during Black History Month, so excuse that I can't talk.
What better time though, right?
I feel like everybody should back up from the table. But I just feel like you can't say that what happened in colonial days and even after colonial days doesn't translate into today because it is all a domino effect.
Right.
If we just get rid of everything and just look at the generational wealth that your family was allowed to pass down onto each other, not your family specifically, I mean the white man, so you don't think I'm talking directly about you.
He is white.
But the white man.
But it is about him. See, she said, don't
don't
try to
pass down that we don't have.
be honest.
And a lot of black people that have wealth right now,
You are
they
talking
actually
about
have
him.
to work for
You're
that.
talking about
A
all
lot of
white
white people that have wealth right now, their parents were able to give them just Donald Trump, for example, the $1 million head start. And so you're talking about MCAT, all that stuff. Even when black people get the degrees that they have,
When
and
the settlers came over here, they had nothing.
When they get out into that job field, what white man at a top company is going to say, yeah, let me hire this black person? Otherwise, beyond the fact of having
like 30% of them died just crossing the sea to get over
here. Black people nowadays is because they want to look like, oh, I'm not racist, bye.
So there's a lot there. The
Something like
first thing I want to mention is before I
He'll
forget,
mention
you
it
mentioned
later.
reparations,
White
for
people
example.
died,
It is
free black people
right. It is true that
slavery.
there's never been a program that has specifically said here is a cash voucher for the experience of your ancestors during slavery. However, if you look at who pays the most into the tax system in this country, historically it has been white Americans and also Asian Americans. And excuse me. And if you look, I know, we got to go one at a time though. And if you look at who has taken more out of the system, it has been black Americans. And we've spent over $1 trillion since the 1960s on the war on poverty, which disproportionately has gone to black Americans. So in a way, that has been reparations. You also mentioned, before I forget, the corporate America. I think there was a report done by the S&P, or on the S&P 100, and it found that something like 75% of the S&P 100 companies all have initiated some form of program to hire specifically minority applicants, and they're looking to get. But that's happening now. So my point is, what you're talking about is a black applicant going to a job and being discriminated against because of their race. The opposite is happening. They're being prioritized because of their race. And you might say, well, they want to have a token. They're still getting that job. They're still getting money. Talking about affirmative action.
Can I make mention of the point that you just made?
Do you mind if I hit on the generational wealth thing, and then I'll let you talk again, just because you made that point? I don't think that's. Yeah, it's true. It's tough to capture all this.
Are you all together? What is this?
We're just gonna post this on YouTube. So it's a conversation, and more people can see the conversation. Yeah. My name is John Doyles. Just me. Yeah. John Doyle.
Balls.
It's just my name on YouTube. Yeah.
Heck off, commie.
The fact that you're trying to open up a conversation about it, because a lot of people that are like you guys don't actually want to talk.
Like you guys? A lot of people that are like you
certain
guys.
Companies open up organizations and stuff so that they can hire black people or just people of specific minorities.
Yeah.
They have to do that because they don't want to look racist. As soon as a company is posted on Instagram, TikTok in this day and age saying,
you're bullying.
You guys only have white people, you guys only hire straight people, all that stuff, they're going to get canceled. They're not doing
So
that.
you're using cancellation as force. That means the power is on your side.
As a generation, we are all into the emotions and stuff.
And they'll say,
but
no!
The money is where the power is. And if you are the one that's distributing the money and you're the one giving the jobs, you're going to always have the power. That's where it is.
But the workforce, we have to dress.
I gotta go because I'm really hungry.
All right, it was nice speaking with you. Real. All right, we are gonna.
We have to dress a certain way, talk a certain way. Oh, you mean employers want to hire well-dressed, well-spoken people? Big surprise.
It is what it is. So if one of you guys wants to sit down, we do want to try to keep it individual, just because it's tough to capture all this. And sure, we'll be here. We'll be here until 3 o'clock. So if you guys want to hang out or sit down,
he doesn't make any of this stuff up. This is all.
Wait. What did you want to get my view on? You get to find out right now. But first, look, you know how much I love iTarget. I've said it a million times, and if you have one, I'm about to take you to the next level.
I want to get an iTarget.
This new product is going to be something that you have to get. Have you ever seen competitive shooters practice timing drills on the range? Imagine being able to do that in your own home anytime you want. Never spending a dime on ammo. That's what the new iTarget Cube does. The iTarget Cube is fully compatible with your existing laser bullets. You can buy one or upgrade to the 3-pack for a truly unique training experience. Compete with friends, practice clearing drills, or use random mode to test your ability to react, all while the system times every shot that you take. Right now, save 10% plus free shipping with the offer code Doyle when you go to itargetpro.com. iTarget Pro comes in most calibers from 9mm to .223, so you can train with almost any firearm. This is the easiest and most cost-effective way to train, and it pays for itself in a single day. Get your dad one late for Father's Father's Day. He won't care. He's your dad. Get one for you and the boys for White Boy Summer. There's like 2 skills more important for you to have as a man than marksmanship. If you want to develop good marksmanship, this is the easiest way to build that foundation. That's the letter I, Target Pro, itargetpro.com, offer code Doyle. Very epic. We continue.
You mentioned something about, I don't know 100% what you said. I don't want to get it wrong.
Do you mind if I ask your name?
Lyric.
My name is John. Nice to meet you.
All right, no more gatekeeping. Let me show you the best infused gummies that I have ever had.
Get out of here, pot
Now, if
commercial.
you're in
America is not racist.
True. Real.
No, that's a lie.
No, and it's so true. Well, that is true, and I would love to hear this young lady's opinion as well. So just to sort of reiterate, I have a sign here. It reads, America's not racist. Change my mind. I'm, of course, open to having my mind changed, but I don't believe that America's racist at an institutional level. I don't believe American people are racist, and I would just be curious to get your thoughts on that.
Okay. Well, I feel like explaining my thoughts on it wouldn't actually do you any well, because I feel like you already have an idea that you're going to stick with.
He's
but
a college student.
I have a question for you,
Yeah.
since we were just talking. You mentioned that you feel that it's actually we're racist to white people.
Yeah.
I know you didn't say that exactly, but I just want to know your ideas on that.
Sure. So racism as a word, I know that the definition, some people say it's prejudice, some people it's power plus prejudice. Are you familiar with the concept of like an in-group preference?
I do know what a preference is.
So like this is this trend in psychology that we tend to see where people of different races all demonstrate an in-group preference, meaning if you poll 100 Hispanic people on who they want to be around, on average they're going to tend to want to be around Hispanic people more. Black people have the same, white people have the same. But if you look at the data and quantify this, what we see is that Black Americans actually have the highest in-group preference, meaning you guys want to stick together the most. And I'm going to post it all in the video if you watch it. Okay, well, I'm not going to do that. But anyway, but it is true. I'll get eaten alive if I get something wrong, so it is true. But if you look at white Americans, they actually have the lowest level of in-group preference, meaning white people, especially white liberals, actually prefer to be around people of other races rather than their own.
We'll say, oh, he just made that number up. False fact. Google it, buddy. You're wrong. He's not just pulling numbers out of his butt.
White conservatives do demonstrate a small in-group preference, but in terms of all the races, white people tend to have the smallest and black people tend to have the largest. Moreover, if you look at how different races rank each other, what we see is that white Americans rank themselves pretty much in the middle, every other race also pretty much in the middle, but every other race, whether it's Hispanics, Asians, or blacks, all rank themselves the highest in terms of who they want to be around, and they all rank whites the lowest. I don't know why, maybe we're just that off-putting. Everyone wants to be around a white person. Look at you right now.
They want to be around white people.
They
don't like.
Okay, I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Educate you.
So you think
You're gonna educate him.
Okay.
Right.
True. And that's a good point. That's a good point.
So
you guys make great music.
you think we're being racist
Very
to white
entertaining.
people? Excuse me.
Music is a microaggression?
So sad. It's so sad.
No, but I mean, the most popular music in this country, whether it's now or even dating back to rock music, has all been influenced by black people.
Okay.
Okay,
So you
sorry.
think racism for white we're racist to white people because we don't want to be around you. You think that's what racism is?
I think that's part of it, but I think if
No,
we're
he
talking
just
about racism
explained
just at the most individual
in-group
level, I think
preference.
that's true. But then if you expand even to the way this country works, there are lots of disadvantages written into the law to discriminate against white men in terms of getting into college, getting jobs, and the opposite is given to minorities, specifically black applicants, whether it's in the workforce or in academia. And those have been written into the law, which maybe you agree with because you think that's necessary to correct disparities of days past. But in
it
terms of
doesn't-
2023
it
America,
doesn't
right
change
now,
the
it is
fact that it's
easier to
true.
achieve success as a non-white person, specifically, non-white person than a white man.
Can I say something? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, okay, but like you know, let's say let's do an example. Let's use law for example. This African American graduated and a white person graduated. They go for the same job. I feel like you would get the job more than a black person would because
Statistically, that's not true. Statistically, the black,
But are you?
if they're equally qualified, the black person will get the
But you
job.
get paid more though.
And if they aren't dressed
That's
like
also not
Okay,
true.
but if you look at these schools, the ones
if
where
they
you're
don't
saying
speak
that
with bad
black people are
language,
getting
grammar, they'll get
admitted
the
to
job.
more easier, they're still majority white schools.
Wouldn't that be good?
Why do you feel like that would be good?
Because they're getting into college. What does it matter if they're majority white?
Because, okay, they're still admitting black people to these schools, but there's still a lot of white people who are getting into these schools.
Yeah.
So you just say white people are not getting into schools. How is that the case if it's still majority white people in these schools?
Well, I think proportions matter because it is like still a majority white country, and so if you have Black Americans who are 13% of the population at a lot of these schools, relative to their merit, meaning how their scores are, how their grades are, they are more likely to get accepted into these elite institutions. And if you look at the group that is the least likely, based purely on merit, it's actually white Americans. And interesting, you guys might have been following this recently with the Supreme Court dealing with affirmative action. One of the things that was brought up by one of the attorneys, which is now on record, which I thought was really interesting, was somebody asked, well, why do you have to take race into account when you're admitting students? Why not just take into account socioeconomic factors? And what they found is that, and they said this, they can't do that because when they do that, it ends up favoring disproportionately white people, which means that if you look at, kids who are No, I'm just saying that if you look at kids who are in poor economic circumstances, who are then applying to these schools, they can't just give a leg up to kids who are poor, because then if you're looking at merit by itself, the white students still tend to perform better. And so that's why they have to specifically take race into account. I don't think we have better education.
Okay, but if you want to talk about better education,
Yeah.
okay, we already know that blacks, whites, they all tend to live in the same area,
Yeah.
right? Okay, so, and the way they pay for school is by taxes from your area.
Yeah.
So, people normally in like black schools, Hispanic schools, their schools are going to be aren't as good as if you go to a area with white school. I'm not even talking about private schools. I'm talking about regular schools. The white areas are going to have better education and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You don't see the disadvantage there already?
I don't understand what that has to do with racism, no.
Why do you think that?
I would imagine that it's probably because the black areas tend to generate less tax revenue to go. So why is that because of racism, though? I'll give you an example. If you look at funding that is going from the federal level or the state level to these schools, black students actually per pupil receive 1% greater funding than white students for education. So if you guys are receiving greater education funding, how can you argue that the education?
But we're not. We don't have.
So we gotta. So we're pivoting from education to economics. We gotta stick on at least one thing.
They can't follow anything he's saying.
We also know with education, black students tend to go to schools that hire teachers with better qualifications. They have a smaller class size on average. So by any metric that you would try to measure a successful school, other than test scores, you would see that black schools actually tend to be better in this case. So I don't understand how it's because of racism.
Sir, why is it smaller though? Because we're labeled that we're the bad school. That everybody there doesn't really know.
I don't think that's true.
Okay. About that, the reparations that you mentioned earlier, is this what you're talking about?
Right now,
Is this the way that we get our funding for schools?
No. I mean, the reparations and welfare payments.
But do white people not also receive welfare?
It's disproportionately. Yes, they do.
But why do you? But because white people don't need welfare. Why?
Well, I don't think that's true either.
Okay, I have a question for you.
I don't think that's
Can
true.
I ask you a question,
Yes,
please?
yes.
So I just want to know your thoughts. What do you think racism is?
I think, as I described earlier, I think racism is basically in-group preference. I think it's prejudice.
Never experienced that, so obviously.
That's not true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've experienced racism as a white man in America. Think about it. Yeah, I can. Sure. Again, we're going to have to keep this more individualized.
The difference
Yes, sir.
between black people not liking white people and white people not liking black people is if you're white and you're racist, you don't like me because I'm black. If I'm black and I don't like you because you're white, I don't like you because of my history with white people and because of my ancestors' history with white people.
I don't think that's true.
That is true. We don't like white people because of how they treated us. Like, because of what we see in the history books, every time you open a history
They never
book and there's a black person in it,
See-
there's always something about what a white
See how she says we don't like white people because of the way they treated us. They, as in white people who are all dead now, treated us as in black people who are all dead now. She doesn't know any of those us, and she doesn't know any of those they. It's so dumb.
person did to me.
Yeah.
That's all we see. White people who don't like me because I'm black. I'm not. They don't say. They can't say that I'm loud. They can't say that I commit crimes. I don't do any of that. I literally stick to. I stay to myself and I go to school. But they don't like me because I'm black.
They're all getting loud and obnoxious and rowdy now.
Okay, so do you think? I'm sorry. Do you think that like historically, like redlining and like how it was hard for even when slaves were free, they had troubles getting schooling. Like they couldn't go to college. They had all these things that they had to do.
Yeah.
Do you think that like that doesn't play into it at all?
I don't, and I'll explain why. There was research done that compared the descendants of children who were born to freed blacks and children who were born to slaves. And what they found, as you would expect, is children who were born to parents who were freed slaves were less likely to be able to get jobs, to obtain education, to obtain wealth. But what they found is after 2 to 3 generations, those descendants pretty much matched up in terms of their ability to have wealth, to get jobs. So what we see is...
What about compared to white people?
White people were still better off, yeah.
And why is that? Is it because they started off better off? Because they already had the education? Like, people weren't burning down their schools when they were trying to build these colleges and stuff for them. Like, the wealth that they've had from slavery and stuff, and already the education, that's passed down already.
Yeah.
So, basically, we had to start over. Well, we had to start from the bottom. They were already up here.
Yeah.
Started from the bottom now.
Would you say, in your opinion, we have caught up yet?
I don't think so, but I do think it's true that generational wealth doesn't really translate well between generations. Like if you look even between like white Americans with generational wealth, if you take like a white person who's in the top 20% of income, that person is relatively likely to stay there. But if you take like a black person who was born into the top 20% of income, for whatever reason, that black person has an equally likely chance of slipping into the bottom 20% as they do remaining in the top 20%. So even when black Americans have that generational wealth you're talking about, it's not, well, I like to have research so I can come have these conversations.
She just said, why did you research so deep into this? He came and set up a table to have a debate, have a public debate with people. What would you expect him not to know what he's talking about? God, it's so, oh my God. These are college kids. Remember this.
What's your point?
I'm not wrong now. No, this is from the Bureau of Justice Statistics, Bureau of Labor Statistics. So white people are incapable of honesty. We're misaligned with the reality.
Oh.
All the history books are lies. They don't even tell like the real type shit.
I agree with that. I do agree with that.
Black history teacher, I did not know.
They're not dumb because they're black. They're just dumb and they happen to be black.
I believe that America's fundamentally like the greatest country in the world.
Why do you believe that?
Because it's true.
Yeah. Why do you believe that?
Well, I think that.
Yeah. What's so great about it? Was it the slavery? Was it the killing of innocent black people?
It was not. Do you mind if I? Really quick, just about the slavery thing. You know that America wasn't the country that invented slavery,
Oh, we
right?
invented chattel slavery.
No,
we had slavery. We invented chattel slavery.
No, we didn't.
Slavery was invented American.
Just because they didn't invent it doesn't make it less bad.
Listen, all the other countries had domestic slavery.
Yeah.
You know, different slavery. We had slavery to where like you're tearing down black people, basically like a genocide in a way.
Right. So those.
I don't think that's bad.
And that's not the only thing they've done to just our people.
Those slave routes weren't invented by Americans. The slave routes were capitalized on. So let me just make sure we understand here, because oftentimes I know that this is like kind of dispelled throughout history. We arrived on African land and purchased slaves that were already enslaved by warring African tribes. We know that, right? It's not like roots where we were going into the jungle and they were bringing them over. Right.
That was slavery by tribal warfare. Here, people within the Americas were literal property. Within African slavery, that was slavery by prisoners of war, by tribal warfare.
Is that a better kind of slavery?
No.
Okay, to me it sounds like you're trying to justify that fact.
Oh, no.
Well, that's what it sounds like.
Well, what I meant with our conversation was, I don't think it's, if I may, I don't think it's fair to condemn America for slavery, when even in terms of the Western Hemisphere, most of the slaves that were coming from Africa were going to South America. We got like a fraction of them, and we also fought a war where all of that generational wealth that you're referring to in the South was set to zero. 600,000 white people died to free black slaves.
600,000.
I'm sorry.
I said
First off,
60,000. I was wrong.
that the war that you're referring to.
Taken from their homes.
But sir, it doesn't really matter if America's part was big or small.
But,
It
sir,
had a part in it.
I have a question. Because the war you're referring to, it wasn't actually to free slaves. One, it was more about money. And second, if it really was about freeing slaves, why did we have the Jim Crow laws and all that afterwards?
Yeah.
And it was never, it was never about freeing slaves. It was
I
not.
agree with that, actually.
But
it is true.
Say that America wasn't the only one with slaves, and America had a small part. Slaves in Africa, after they did their time, they were allowed to assimilate back into African society because they were still people. And also, slavery in America was not based on the color of your skin. It was based on what you were born into. When you got to America, that's when they start whipping you and start meaning you don't have any rights.
You're right, because there were white slaves in America as well. They were actually treated worse, like indentured servitude.
They were not slaves. They were indentured.
And they were actually treated worse in many cases than slaves were. Yes, they were.
They were indentured servants, not slaves. The difference in names means everything right there.
Listen, can I say something?
Yeah.
When a white person was to rape a black person and they were to have a baby, you usually would follow the dad. So if the dad was white and you rape a black woman, your child would be free. In America, they changed that law so that you follow
This is what
the
they're
mom
teaching
so
these
that
kids.
the child would still be enslaved. That is racist.
Yeah.
Like, that just proves that you're racist.
And I hear what you're saying, but we're talking about something that happened hundreds of years ago.
Which still affects us.
But I haven't heard how it's demonstrated.
How it's demonstrated today?
Yeah, how it is translated.
Into our law system.
Yeah.
I know how it's translated.
Why are you here?
That's very
Why did you come here?
Why are you here?
Like, why did you choose this campaign?
I'll tell you. Exactly.
Should he talk to a bunch of white people about it?
So then why are you engaging with what he's doing right now? They're about to go and post
Yes,
your
I know,
face
but I
on
want to
social
hear
media.
I appreciate that.
They're going to post your face on social media. They're going to come and post all these people that are upset about it.
I wanted to have
Why
a
did
conversation.
they choose this campus though? UNCG is
I don't think
down the
America's
road.
racist yet.
Why are you saying
Okay, I have a question.
white people speaking for us, or do you want black people speaking for us? At the end of the day, why are we explaining this? This right here is provocation. They set up shop here, so y'all can come around and gather around and put their cameras in your face.
Yeah.
It's not even about what's right or wrong.
Nice talking to you as well. We got into this weird exchange about chattel slavery, which they said white people invented, and which they said was worse than African slavery, where you're enslaved by a tribe you're warring with, because at least in that case, you have a greater chance of being free. Not sure how that squares with POWs and slaves just being killed once they're no longer needed, or being castrated and sent east, which is why they don't have African populations over there like we have here in the Western Hemisphere. Just a very bizarre line of argument. I thought, like, yeah, obviously all slavery is bad, but if I'm a slave, I'd rather be considered property than just a prisoner, because then there's an incentive to keep me alive because I can be traded, I can be sold, etc. But if I'm a prisoner, I could just be killed when I'm no longer useful, when there's suspicion of mutiny as revenge since we're at war, whatever, which is exactly what happened, by the way. And again, I'm not excusing any components of slavery, but if we can just be adults for a second and speak candidly about things, I think we'd all be better off. And the point on the racism definition, which I wish we got to expand on, was to say what most woke people would define as racism isn't actually racism. They're just trying to pathologize in-group preference. I'm comfortable with racism being defined as prejudice based on race, but with that definition, we see that white people are actually the least racist and black people are the most racist. Surveys, blind jury studies, etc. But of course, it gets to a point now where I'm supposed to justify my existence being there, because we can't just have a conversation. They want to question and attack my sources, question and attack me. And what's interesting is that there are a lot of instances where there's a point that's disproved, and sometimes they even concede that, and then they just immediately try to pivot to something else. It's like, this is true. No, it's not. Well, yeah, but that's because of this. That's not true either. Well, yeah, but that's because of this, etc., etc. Moreover, when they say racist things, not like in white people, the violent backlash on social media, nobody spoke up. Only a few students were like, hey, chill out. The rest just went along with it, even if not instigating directly themselves. Just an interesting observation. What's your name? John? Nice to meet you. You know my position, I imagine. I'd be curious to get your thoughts.
I just want to ask you some questions
Sure.
first, because I've seen a lot of power videos before. I see what kind of goes into what y'all are doing. No, don't do that.
I don't think that's a good idea. I mean, I just don't think that's a good idea.
No. He said, what if I just flip the table over right now? Well, I mean, you would be doing what is expected of you. And earlier, they're gonna be like, oh, then you get shot by a Leo. They were showing the Twitter things that said, he needs to be beat up, but then you'd probably get shot by a cop. Really, at the end of the video, John's gonna get his First Amendment rights violated by 3 black officers. So there you go.
I mean, we got private security there. Don't do it. Look, here's.
I'll be right back. I got to pee.
Because, bro, hear me out. If you do that, you're gonna make them look bad, and they're gonna get mad at me. So like the people talking. Don't, you know what I mean? The people talking. I just have a YouTube channel. My name is John Doyle. I upload this stuff on YouTube.
What is your YouTube channel?
The name is John Doyle.
Okay, what is it about?
I talk about politics. I'm conservative, obviously, and you can probably ascertain. So, yeah, I just talk about politics.
You're not coming in, like you said, to not assume anything. I'm not assuming anything about you. So
I appreciate that.
Why do you come to an HBCU to talk about politics?
Well, I'm talking specifically about racial politics, and my thinking, which maybe was misguided, I thought it would be better to talk about racial politics at an HBCU than just an average college campus. I thought that it would be better to get the perspective of black Americans than it would be to talk to a bunch of like white liberal students about what they think about racism. I'm being told that this was insensitive and misguided, so I've learned something, but I think that my intention was at least good.
Okay, so why do you come to us to talk about politics?
Well, because I want to get your opinion.
But politics is very broad, as you know, so about what?
Racial politics, because I think there's a huge discussion right now about racism. It's been going on for a while, and typically the accusation is that America, white people are, whether they know it or not, oppressing non-white people, and particularly black people, largely because of our shared history in this country, and I just think it's important to have a conversation about that.
Okay, would you say that there's a difference between what people say and what they mean?
Sure.
Okay, so when people say white people are being oppressive, do you think they mean that institutions in America are oppressing them? Do you think that's
Sometimes I think that's what they mean, yeah.
Okay, so if you know that's what they mean, why do you argue against them that they think it's you specifically? Because we know you're not here to oppress us, per se, right?
Well, I would hope not. Well, I think that I'm still in some way culpable as a white person. For example, like if reparations were imposed, that is something that would come out of my pocket to go towards black America. So that does in some way affect me. Also, a lot of the policies that we mentioned earlier in terms of giving priority to black applicants instead of white applicants, things like that, that does affect me in some way. It affects my friends, my family, so I think it's worth talking about.
Okay, but when you ask, when you talk about
I just told you.
Wait, hold on. When you ask that question, you assume that all of us agree that we should give reparations. So because we're black, that doesn't mean we all agree with the same thing.
Yeah.
So my point in talking to you is that while we all are black people here, we don't have all the same ideas.
Yeah.
Just like white liberals may not always have the same ideas.
I agree. The reason I said that was because I think in the polling, one of the more popular issues among black Americans is the idea of reparations. I don't think that's universal, but it is very popular amongst like the black bloc vote.
And why do you think that is?
I think that black Americans probably feel like that would heal some of the scar caused by slavery. I think that black Americans, and correct me if this is inaccurate, I think they probably feel like that amount of money and whatever amount that is would probably help give them an advantage to where they could maybe close the gap in terms of material standard of living between black Americans and white Americans.
Okay, so using your words, you said the scar of slavery. So
Yeah.
you believe there is a scar of
Yeah,
slavery.
yeah.
What do you think that is?
I think I know it when I I see it. I mean, I think that there's a lot of hurt in this country because of the legacy of slavery.
He's being a lot nicer than
Black America. And I don't think the media, by the way, helps with this at all. I think that Black America looks at white America and vice versa as this sort of like maybe divorced parents trying their best to get along. And I think that there's a lot of hurt and it needs to be discussed.
What the heck, Cashapp?
So,
why did I die?
I need an example. The scar of slavery. How do we see the scar
Oh,
of
I know
slavery
why I
in
died.
society? How do we see it?
I think that it's probably accurate to say that Black Americans don't really feel like they have a stake in America. Would that be inaccurate?
How do you know? How can you say?
Woo! I don't know how.
Well, you asked me what I think, and this is just what I think. I don't know if it's true.
I'm asking an example of a scar of America, and then you go to talk about how Black people feel.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find a correlation there.
Well, I think that, because Black Americans are Americans, that would affect our general social fabric if they feel like they don't have a stake in society or that this country isn't theirs for some
Why
reason.
would they feel like that?
Because of slavery.
Okay, but how does slavery affect today?
I agree. I don't think slavery does affect today beyond that.
They would feel like
No,
that
ma'am.
because Marxists told them to.
The American Revolution affects today?
In the sense that it established this nation independently from Great Britain, yes.
Do you think that the economic system of slavery helped to establish America? Do you think that?
In
Now
a
the
certain
crowd is
sense, I
growing.
think that largely what we see now is because we were the only
And it's
industrial
gonna get to
economy
where
left on
you
the
can't
global
hear
stage
anything
after
he's
World
saying.
War II. I think that our culture was
everybody
pretty
just
well
starts
solidified by
yelling,
then, but I don't
"Ooh,
think it's
bah, boo,
entirely
bah,
because
boo,
of
bah."
slavery.
I didn't say entirely. I just said, do you think that contributes? Because the American Revolution was part of the slavery, right?
I think it contributed insignificantly.
Okay, what about mass incarceration? Do you think that's a factor? Oh, we could get
Because you're not going to like this. I actually think we have an under-incarceration problem in this country.
May I ask you, why do you think that?
Because relative to the rate of violent crimes committed in this country, if you look at that number versus the amount of people we have, it's less than what it should be. Also, if you like any article, and this is anecdotal, every time I read an article about some person being murdered, I read the description of the offender, and it's always that this person was in jail for something and they were released. So I think we have a problem where you have, frankly, liberal district attorneys refusing to prosecute crimes, refusing to sentence for the proper amount for the crimes, and so we see a high rate of repeat offenders because we just don't keep these people locked in prison.
Okay, so with repeat offenders, are there more people in prison for violent crimes or for minor crimes?
Definitely
What
violent
do you
crimes.
think the crowd would agree with them? They're not doing any
By far.
homework. They're a bunch of idiots. It's a mass mob of stupid.
I do not.
Okay, it's a council.
Real.
It's a
Of course, the
council
crowd's
that's
not
made
going to
up
agree with it.
private
But
sectors,
it's a
like,
bunch of.
or big organizations like Walmart used to be a part of it. State Farm is still a part of it. Many organizations have dropped.
Not very
because they're
smart
known to be a
college
secretive-
students.
Secretive organization that builds legislation and laws,
Mhm.
and they are also made up of Republican representatives, state representatives that go to the House. They formulate these laws and present them in front of court.
Yeah.
One time they even got caught with their letterhead still on the paper that they were trying to promote the legislation. Alec is known for creating the stop and frisk tactics that was implemented to incarcerate the now known as the Exonerated Five in New York City.
Oh, God.
Mr. Salam, Corey Wise.
The Central Park Five, that's a gang of kids that raped a woman in Central Park. And then years later, they said that that they had the confession coerced out of him. I've watched the entire interrogation, and it's obvious these kids were guilty, and they claimed racism, and they had the decision overturned, and now they're called the Exonerated Five. They got released from prison. Netflix made a documentary out of it, and it's horribly wrong. Everything in the documentary is wrong. They said that the cop who arrested them was a racist. The cop who arrested them wasn't interviewed in the Netflix documentary. Do you know why? Do you know why they didn't interview the cop who arrested those kids in the Netflix documentary, Freddie? Because he was black. He was a black man. And the woman identified these kids. It was a gang. It was more than just 5 of them. Most of them ran away and got away. But the 5 who they caught had raped a woman. And they got away with it. Well, they did sometime, but then they got let out eventually. No, I don't agree with the law, dumbass.
Raymond Santana, all of them.
I think our system is corrupt.
That's one.
I've said that
And
100,000 times.
that was meant to fuel black people
Don't
into
be stupid
American
for your
prisons.
entire
and I'm only
life.
saying that because one of Alex's main contributors was the first private prison industry. And the people who are also a part of Alec make their phones that go into prisons that get money from prisoners who do modern day slavery that you say still doesn't affect society today.
I think it does affect society, but again, you're not going to like this. I think that the prison system affects society in the sense that it doesn't do its job well enough.
I meant slavery.
Yeah.
Yeah, but do you not think that the work that happens in prisons today can be considered modern day slavery?
I would be sympathetic to that, yeah.
Okay, so it still affects us today, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and it affects black people today, correct? Because all of those are fueled behind racist agendas.
Wouldn't that be after they commit a violent crime and go to prison, though?
Exonerated 5, they create...
I mean, but that's one example, right?
There's many examples. That's just one of them.
The scumbag rapist gangster.
He killed himself after he got released from prison for a crime he didn't commit, and he was sitting in Rikers for all those years because he couldn't get a court date.
And that's terrible, and I think that's very wrong. But in terms of
that affects...
I think that those two examples don't outweigh the thousands of examples.
I'm just saying that's 2 in a million.
Well, the million that we know from the data that we aggregate would point to the opposite.
What data? Where is it coming from?
The FBI, the Department of Justice.
Okay, can you show us that?
I don't have my binder of statistics. I don't.
You want to talk about the stuff that doesn't get reported?
Come here.
The stuff that doesn't get reported, like body cams get turned
You
on.
come here to educate us, right? To some degree,
Not
right?
exactly. I just wanted to have a conversation.
Right. When you have your conversation, you're providing facts, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so why don't you come prepared with that?
Well, I know the facts, and if you guys don't have to believe them, the problem is they are the facts.
How are we supposed to know the facts? Well, why would you come and challenge him if you didn't have a
The
clue
things
what you're
I've
talking
disputed
about?
haven't
Those
been
are
facts.
your
They've been
people.
anecdotes, which I've said I agree. Those are don't outweigh what we know from the FBI, from the DO.
Those are your people. Shouldn't you know these facts better than the white man? How come the white man knows the facts better than you know the facts about your people? How come you don't have a clue what you're talking about, but you're still coming up to challenge this man? Why don't you Google? Why don't you just look it up? This is the college education system in 2023. Bunch of idiots. Not idiots because they're black. Idiots because they're stupid. What am I holding? I'm not holding anything.
Jay,
Okay,
etc.
but you're not showing me anything from the FBI to back that up.
That's true. Well, you would have to look it up. I mean, it is true.
Why can't you show us that?
It seems like I can't say anything right at all. I mean, anything I say, they've immediately got an answer to it. Sometimes it even contradicts something that was said previously. There's like this cycle of, this bad thing happens to black people. No, this actually benefits them disproportionately. Yes, but it's because this other bad thing happens to black people, and then the cycle just kind of repeats from there. So,
look, I know paying attention is hard for you, Freddie. When you have a sub 90 IQ, it's hard to pay attention to things. But he already established earlier that he has the facts and that all the sources are listed in the description of the video, and that it's pointless, and that that's not how you do a debate. You don't come with a bunch of sources, because then the person will just challenge the source. Okay, which is just bad debating. That means they don't know what they're talking about, so they don't know. And he literally live fact checked something, and the guy just diverted. And so the guy's like, no, I'm not gonna listen to what you have to say until I know these facts for myself. And so the person pulled it up on their phone and showed it to him, and he read it, and he said, oh well, this is blah blah blah, and he diverted. So then John went into a cut and he explained why he doesn't have a binder full of facts there, which is what Steven Crowder does when he does his Change My Mind. He said there's no point in coming with a whole bunch of stats and statistics because these people don't care. They don't care about that. I know words are hard for you too. It's going to be tough for you to understand things like that, Freddie. I know it's hard. It's tough. It's tough.
Yeah, I didn't put in the effort to print everything out all nicely because I knew that it would just be ignored. But if you want to prove me wrong, show me that facts and logic can win, feel free to try your hand at it.
It can't. It doesn't work. These kids don't
One
care
thing
about
I did
facts.
do, though,
They're
was
in a
toss out my
HBCU.
uncomfortable, overpriced boxers for what is quite possibly the most comfortable pair of boxers I've ever owned. I'm not tracking this empirically. I simply feel that it is true. I'm, of course, talking about Undertac, and if you haven't tried them yet, you have no idea how much better things could be for you. These aren't normal boxers. They've literally been tested by special forces. Why? It's cool. Don't overthink it. They're made with modal. It's like cotton, but better. 50% more moisture wicking. Naturally anti-microbi stuff. It's softer, okay? It's sturdy, it's comfortable. Extra wide waistband. The fly design, brilliant, straightforward. It's durable, ultra lightweight, fade resistant, shrink resistant. Here's the best part. They're almost 30% less than the competition. Visit undertac.com. That's undertac.com right now. Get 20% off site-wide with the offer code Doyle20. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. You want to keep your polyester underwear, putting chemicals in your body, lowering your testosterone? That's fine. You don't deserve this product in the first place. And if you buy it, we're going to track your address. By the way, Undertac donates a portion of its profits to veteran-run organizations that are actively fighting human trafficking, which we love. Undertac.com. That's undertac.com. Offer code Doyle20. Offer code Doyle20. Very epic. We continue.
Are you feeling threatened? Do you want us to back up because you're feeling threatened?
It's not that we feel threatened. Look, let me just say, we came here to have a conversation. We're not asking you to speak with us. If you would like to, you can. But the problem is we're trying to record this to show people that we still can have conversations in this country. Maybe you think I'm like an idiot racist, which maybe I am, but at least we can talk about it. I believe, and that's why I came out here with my crew to get this on camera. So that's what we're trying to do.
Words are tough for these people.
Why are you like admitting a racist? Like, what's that gonna gain you right now? Like,
I was just, admitting it's a possibility. Because I don't want to.
No. But I'm saying though, but like, you gotta see how that looks though, because it's like we already like right here. I'm not saying we gonna do nothing, but it's like tensions already. How you gonna say you're a racist?
No, I didn't say I was a racist. I said maybe I am because no.
If there's a possibility.
The point is, there's no possibility. I am the least racist person you guys have ever met. You guys have ever met.
Shout out, Strong.
The point is, if you guys wouldn't mind just backing up a little bit so that our second camera could get the shot, I would just appreciate that. Or just, open up a crevice or something. Yes.
Know that, because I know you came here today and you're very educated on this topic, or you wouldn't have come here. Yes, educated on his side. Yes, on your side, and you haven't come here. Obviously, we're all college students. Me, I'm a freshman, so yes, I do know a lot to have this conversation, but you come here with stats and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I woke up not knowing this was going to happen.
Yeah.
Do you go to like actual, since you're on a college campus, like professors and stuff who studied on this, who can actually have like this intellectual conversation that you are looking for out of these students here?
Interestingly enough, every time I've reached out to professors, they've denied that because they didn't want to be on camera having these conversations with me.
Which ones did you talk to?
There was
And
one
they
at,
know
I think,
they
George
just
Washington
teach kids a bunch of
University.
lies.
I didn't talk to
Teach
any.
dumb, impressionable kids a bunch of lies in college.
I haven't talked to any at either. I don't think.
I'm sure you can find someone willing to talk to.
Make sure you include that in the video.
HBCU professors did you reach out to? Versus PWI professors?
No from either.
But you just say you reached out to a professor at George Washington University.
Correct. Yeah, they asked if I've done this with professors before. That conversation was going to be about differences between male and female dynamics in the workforce, not about racial politics. But I have reached out before, but typically professors don't want to be on camera having these conversations, in my experience.
That you didn't want to talk to white liberals about racism, but
Yeah.
then you go and talk to professors at
About a female professor about sexism. Yeah.
Okay, but I'm talking about this topic.
This topic.
Because you decided to come on to HBCU today
Yes,
to
ma'am.
do this, but you could have gone to professors and things who already have these statistics and prepared for this. Are you willing to have that talk with an actual professor?
Yeah, absolutely. The reason I chose students is because I myself am a student. Well, I was.
Where do you go?
I dropped out of college, believe it or not.
And he's still smarter than all of them.
College educated.
I wanted to talk to people my age about this.
He still knows more about the topic. He knows more about statistics relating to racism and black people than the college-educated black people. They think they're owning him right now. That's not the own you think it is. He just
am
owned you.
23.
We don't know something.
He is the white man.
23.
So.
In the video.
Okay, yeah, I'll keep that part in of you trying to dunk on me for not going to college right after you literally said that it's unfair because I know too much on the topic. Yeah, I will do that actually.
He owned them. Pause.
So I found out, and I think you'll probably agree with this, that this is considered to be the best public HBCU in the country. Right.
Here we go.
So
Here
I
comes the
thought that if I'm
retarded
going to have a
chance.
conversation with students, I should go to the best HBCU in the country and talk to students about racial politics. I think that's like pretty much the right trajectory.
But I feel like it'd be way better if I talked to professors.
I gave her no, let him ask him. Let us
I went to a local community college in Michigan.
Okay. Mr. Doyle, what's your major?
I was going to go into poli-sci.
Okay. Why did you drop out, if you don't mind me asking?
I wanted to do this,
They don't
which
know what that
maybe is
means,
not the
John.
best improvement, but I thought it was important, so.
Important for what?
Do you know that it's Black History Month?
Well, I was hoping to prove that it is still possible to have conversations with people who obviously disagree extremely on things in a way that's respectful and civil. I know that a lot of people think that I'm doing this to try to like get a reaction. I'm really not. I think if I were trying to do that, I'd be much more provocative and rude.
Do you think if a black person went to the Capitol during the insurrection or before it when they were talking, do you think that they would have had a similar interaction?
Well, there have actually been instances of Black Lives Matter protesters overtaking.
I'm not talking about Black Lives Matter. I'm talking about a single black person who was talking to a group of white people around an issue. Do you think it'll be a similar interaction?
Are you talking about January 6th? I'm confused.
We're talking about if there's a group of white people.
For example, let's say I was 23 and I decided exactly doing what you're doing as a black person going onto a white campus. Do you think we'd have the same civil interaction we're having right now?
Absolutely. I think it'd actually be more civil.
So your purpose is saying it'll be more civil.
Why is that?
Because
black people are savages.
That's not what I said. I think that white students, they're kind of, I don't want to say nerdy.
They're less violent?
No, sir. But they're much more willing to just like all stand back and listen and go, ooh, that's very interesting. Whereas this tends to be a discussion where everybody wants to chime in. And so in my experience dealing with both groups, that tends to be true.
Do you not think it's because we're black students and we actually are living this?
Yeah.
This isn't a news story to us.
Yeah.
My brother got his ass beat by cops in Charleston. Almost got killed because he's black. Like, do you think maybe our reaction is different because we live this?
Sure, yeah.
We can't take this off when we go home. We can't dress up in a suit and be looking like this. Either way, because this is our shit. This is my life.
Yeah, and that's why I'm here to talk to you.
Take off our black skin.
I have a question mostly about your decision to do it today in this time. Like, there's a time, a place, and an audience every time you discuss anything, right? Do you think that you even considered or thought about the change in reaction about doing a segment like this during Black History Month?
Actually, it was precisely the decision because I thought that would.
Because of what?
Because if I want to have a conversation about racial politics and I'm planning my schedule, I thought that it would be best to do it during Black History Month.
Why not honor black figures?
That makes sense though, right? Maybe it's wrong, but that
Honor
makes
black
sense.
Do you know what Black History Month is?
I don't know if you didn't.
Is it Black History?
What? Black History Month? Do you know what it's for?
Is it Black History? I'm going to guess Black History.
It's about celebrating.
Do you know what Black History Month is
It's about
for?
celebrating the
Is
future.
it
So instead of
Black History?
Perpetuating
Black History.
more drama and hysteria, why don't you just choose to do a segment where you're actually informing people or having discussions about public black figures that have done something?
It's creating more
in our communities to reach racial equity.
More people seeing how ridiculous this
Black
is,
History Month is a month of celebration.
how stupid it is,
We've gotten out
how
of our
low
celebration.
IQ
For
it
some
is.
reason, white people keep trying to bring us back in it. We can't be happy for 28 fucking days, the shortest month of the year.
I hear differently. Typically when I talk to black students about politics or even listen to like, you know, the most prominent voices in like, I guess, black leadership, it's all very opposite of that. It's not celebrating, it's all upset about the injustices committed against blacks by white America. And, well, I mean no disrespect by this, but you guys are here talking to me, so I'm assuming you at least have some stake in it, and if you really thought I was crazy or didn't want to talk, you could walk away. One thing I noticed is that the girl that I spoke to earlier actually changes her demeanor based on how the crowd is acting, which I guess, to be fair, most of them are doing.
Because it's mob
but,
mentality.
She's one of our main characters, so it sticks out a little bit more. The whole talking to professors thing too, by the way, yeah, okay, drop the pin. Like, I'm totally down to do that. But here's the thing. If you're gonna hold such radical positions with such radical implications and effects, and which are effectively indictments on me personally because I'm white, you have to be able to defend those. This isn't just like you like Pepsi, I like Coca-Cola. Your beliefs literally are moral indictments on me and my country, which if brought to fruition are going to significantly, objectively reduce my quality of life and that of my family. So yeah, if you're gonna have that level of audacity, you can't just hide behind a professor. Like, I'll talk to them too, that's fine, but you can't think that you're just entitled to these positions by default as if they're self-evident, especially when, as you can see here, you can't even defend them for the most part. But that's the thing. The idea that there's even a conversation, meaning a back and forth, meaning the possibility that they are not completely correct, is so offensive that it literally almost incites violence. That's why they say they're educating you. That means you just have to sit and just internalize all the information. No dialogue, no objections, you don't know better, you're white, so just be educated. And I try to extend an olive branch like, hey, maybe you guys are right. Maybe I am just some racist guy. And they're like, I knew it, you outed yourself. You will now pay. And there's like 10 times throughout this video where they make these smug little threats to us. And yes, you see this behavior with white leftists too, but ask yourself why that is. Ask yourself what black and white leftists have in common beyond just they vote for Democrats. Think about it. Makes a lot more sense.
What is the title of
One mic. All right, Nas, calm down.
It says angry and clueless feminists at Women's March in 2020.
They were angry and clueless. You guys aren't angry and clueless.
So what is your title gonna be? Are you gonna
Yeah, no, I'm gonna say America is not racist. Change my mind at HBCU. That will be the title.
No, I would say at the HBCU.
Okay, I'll say the HBCU. I will say that. If you want me to, I'll say that.
Absolutely.
Number one public. North Carolina.
I was asking them about abortion rights.
See, that's what I'm saying. Don't feed into that. I'm not feeding into that. No, we're not going to feed into that.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I didn't actually.
No, you did.
If you haven't watched the video. If you watch the video, you'll see. So then you don't get to have an opinion on it.
I actually do have
On something you didn't watch?
You get to have an opinion on that.
On what?
You're not black, so do you get to have an opinion on that?
He's a black person expert.
Because you can't have an opinion on a video you didn't watch. I grew up with black people. I live with black people.
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
This is John what's there.
Bunch of dang baboons.
The three problems with America today are the women, the women, the Jew, and the homosexual. What do you mean by that?
Damn,
Okay, hold on.
I'm just curious.
There was a guy, his name is Gavin McInnes. Maybe some of you are familiar. He's a comedian. He did a joke one time where he went up on stage and everyone thought he was a Nazi, and so he said that to throw him off, like some actual Nazi stuff. So I quoted his quote, and I'm assuming that's a hit piece about me or something.
Why would you quote that?
So I was giving an example of what not to do. No.
What's your life?
I just talk about politics.
So what's the point?
Talk about politics.
What credentials, what do you have to make you... What is your life purpose? What is your goal at the end?
What credentials do you have to come to a school and talk to people? You don't need credentials.
Not what you're making, not what your goal is.
They need a title. They need a leader. They need.
I have
you gotta have a
interest in
title. You gotta
politics,
be
and I like talking to people. So, yeah.
You
can't just know.
I enjoy this.
But are you even... What do you enjoy about it?
Typically in politics, the rule is that if you're explaining, you're losing, but I was curious to see all the different avenues they would pursue in order to avoid just addressing the ideas head on. So, yeah, you know, they started asking about my personal life, which I don't care, I'll answer the questions, but can we just acknowledge, like, as if any of that matters for literally any reason, as if any of that has any pertinence to what we're talking about. And of course, they loved hearing me say, yeah, I had black friends, because they think it's really funny when the people that they're accusing of treating people differently and poorly because of their skin color think that being friends with those people counters that. Crazy thought, right? And again, everything I said, there was an answer, there was an objection. I could not say anything right. This part is actually, it's pretty unproductive. It gets better shortly, but this whole thing is honestly just a great example of what these conversations are actually like. This is what we're dealing with, and it's only going to get more extreme and more vicious.
Did you hang out? Where'd you go to high school?
I always hang out actually with like a pretty diverse group of kids.
Nice.
What did that consist of? Can you be more specific?
We had like a fat white kid. We had like a few black kids. Actually, all my best friends, come to think of it, growing up, because the neighborhood I lived in.
Go ahead. I got a question. I have a question.
Why do you think your proximity to blackness equates to your knowledge with black issues?
I don't think it means everything.
They
but I
just
think it means
said that he
something.
knows
I think
more
if-
about the topic
Well, I
than
think
they
if I were
do.
talking about
And
it
then
with
she
absolutely no
questioned,
experience
why do
dealing
you
with black
think you
people in
have
my life,
knowledge of
that would be
black
ridiculous.
Because you've been
Maybe
around
if
black people. No, you said he had knowledge of black people. You said he knows more about the topic
I
than
think
you
at
do.
least having grown up in
And you're the
again,
college
it's kind of a
student
buzzword,
at
but
that
I've had
black
friends my whole
university.
life. I think that at least
And he
gives
knows
me
more about the
something.
topic than you
know what's
do.
interesting too? If you talk to like racist people from like 100 years ago and ask them if they have black friends, they'd be like, hell no. So like your threshold of what means racism,
Did you experience
not 100 years ago.
that your black
They're
friends
idiots.
experienced it?
They're idiots.
I don't think they really experienced a whole lot of injustice.
Did you ever ask? Did you ask them that?
Wait, why do you think that though?
Well, I mean, I was friends with them.
But you
I
weren't them
grew up with them.
thing, so we don't know that.
Maybe that's because where they were surrounded. That could be true.
Do you not think about the little things? Like maybe when you guys were all in the store, they were looking at your friends and not you. Did you think about implicit things like that? When you were kind of dry.
No, they would have said something.
I'm sorry.
You're trying to use big words. You don't know what they mean.
I've got this for you, and you don't know what they mean.
Shut up, Cortana.
I know because I'm black.
You're talking about my friends I grew up with. I know them better than you know them.
And you're
so.
white. You're white. You're white.
White.
And I am black. So I would know maybe a little bit more because I'm black. I've been.
I mean, I grew up in a very white
I do got a
town.
question. So this segment is.
Just because you have
So this segment is America's not racist, right?
Yes, sir.
So how do you describe like what's it called, like the red line and things, you know, because a lot of our wealth,
There you
a
go.
lot of
And
economics,
actually a good
have
question.
meant to like bring us down. You
Yeah.
feel me? Like we weren't allowed to invest.
Now
in
let
actual
him
real
answer
estate.
and let
we weren't
him
allowed to go out and
elaborate
do that.
on it.
And when we did go do it,
That's
the
a good
country
question.
Took that away from us, right? So if America, so the basis in which America is founded on, I'm not saying that you are racist, one individual is racist, but I'm saying that the system that this country has been founded on, the very cornerstone is corrupt at its core.
Yeah.
We look at the police and imprisonment, like she was saying, we get into it, mass incarceration, right? We look into how it really goes into, how it really started popping off, right? Where they start taking out of our schools, teaching us the skills and the jobs we need, the deindustrialization of our country, right?
Talk about
We
it.
gonna talk about it, right? So
Talk
we talk about
about
how
it.
y'all are taking jobs away from us, from our grandparents, right?
Yeah.
This 70s,
He's already
60s,
explained
70s,
that
right?
that's
so
not
we get
true.
into it, we lose the job, and then it's proven in fact. CIA has confirmed they've been pumping drugs
They're
into
taking
our
jobs away
neighborhood,
from white
and then
people.
we're gonna criminalize the addiction, right?
Yeah.
So then, and then
They're
along with the prison
underqualified.
system, if the prison systems ain't racist, why is it that the privatized prison systems to gain money from the government, they have to be at max capacity? Right? And so we have to, so we see police quotas where they have to go out. They're giving out the tickets, they're giving, and which with the black people for the simple traffic violation.
Over
we see it
policing black
escalated
areas,
way
that's because
farther.
that's where the most
We see
crime
it-
is.
Exactly. So, right? And our prison system isn't
Prior
based
convictions.
on reformation, on rehabilitation in the communities where we've had everything taken from us, where we've had everything done to us, and we're merely trying to survive. That's what it comes down to.
We're just
look-
trying
y'all
to
try
survive.
criminalize the survival of it when you've taken away everything that. And I'm not saying you specifically, but I'm talking about the people in power, where they've taken away our jobs, where they've introduced this addiction, where to feed my family, I got two choices. I can either go
Basketball
hustle
or
it,
sell
I
some
can
drugs.
smoke it, because I can't feed my family, right? So then we gonna criminalize addiction, which we now see reaches out to white people a lot. We see the pill epidemic, right?
Yeah, but the difference is when it was in black communities, y'all over-policed those communities
Yes.
and arrested everybody. But when white kids started doing pills, it was the opium epidemic, and now we have to fix the pharmaceutical companies.
There we go. There we go.
There's a difference between fixing
But
a
they didn't overpolice those white
Yeah.
areas either.
Mind if I respond to that?
Never.
So
The main difference there is that one of those things was being made on the
So this
streets,
part was interesting. Some
and one of
faculty
those
member
things
at the
is being
university
made
comes over and
by
picks up the box that we have behind
corporations
us and
and
tries to take a
industries.
picture of
Duh.
the shipping label so we can get our names and addresses. And so
They
we get
police
into this
areas
back and
where
forth with them
crack was
because
being
there's absolutely
produced.
no innocent reason to
So
be
with
doing
the
that. Like, if you
opioid
wanna know who we are,
epidemic,
just ask.
we go
Within
after
our
the
rights to be
producer,
here, at that point,
which
it hadn't
isn't some
gotten too
guy on
crazy,
the
so
street
it's
in
extremely
the hood.
bizarre that this guy would just come up from
It's not
behind
50
us
Cent
and try to start going
and
through
Get
our
Rich or
stuff to
Die
find out
Trying.
our personal information. But the
It's not
funniest
New
part
Jack
about
City.
this, which the guys
It's
in the HOC
white
Discord
people.
will appreciate, is that since we filmed this at North Carolina Agricultural and Technological University, we ship the stuff to our guy who lives in North Carolina.
Have to have,
and that also happens to be the guy that everyone on the Discord server
some common
routinely
sense to
docks
figure
him,
that
as a
out.
meme, like in school presentations, bathroom stalls. So even in this guy's best efforts to expose our operation, he recovers virtually no new information. But even then, it just goes to show the type of people working at these places. Like, we're trying to talk to black students about race in America. Some white faculty member starts trying to take photographs of our private information for God knows what purpose. Very unsettling behavior. One second, I'm going to talk to this gentleman here. We're going to try to restore the format here.
I'm gonna maintain. Hey, call him, big girl. Call him.
Big girl.
Name,
Call
sir?
him, big girl. Big
nice
girl.
to meet you. So you mentioned a lot of things. I think the first one you mentioned was redlining. If you don't mind, I'm probably going to ask you to repeat just because we had a slight, what I believe is an interruption. So with redlining, what I think is interesting, if you look at like the economic markers in the neighborhoods that were, said you can't loan, or these are high-risk areas to loan, when you take all of those economic markers into account and look at just purely by the race of the neighborhoods, what you find is that it's not actually that significantly different between white neighborhoods or black neighborhoods. Also,
really, so they don't take cocaine and put it in a coffee pot with baking soda and cook it on a hot plate and drop ice cubes in it to make crack. Really, they don't do that in the hood? You're an idiot, bro. Shut up. Go away. Go away. You're an idiot. Have you not seen any crack movies? Have you not seen Blue Hill Avenue? Have you not seen New Jack City? Have you not seen Get Rich or Die Trying? They literally teach you how to do it in those movies. Dumbass.
So if you look even of the neighborhoods that were redlined in the first place, 85% of the inhabitants of those neighborhoods were white.
Big Pharma's making crack?
Continued by, I think, the 1940s.
You're so stupid.
Disproportionately, black Americans were actually receiving those loans. And so I don't think that
That's not the question he asked.
Go annoy somebody else.
85%.
That wasn't the question he asked. No, let him finish.
On average, like throughout the whole country. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I don't think it's fair to, point the finger at that one policy and say that that's responsible for the reason that like black Americans today don't have wealth. And I think you also mentioned generational wealth.
You're an idiot.
Yeah.
So my thing is, I'm not saying that with redlining that they couldn't go and get the property. What I'm saying is back when we were trying to move out of these spots, where they weren't giving us, they weren't allowing us to go out and move into nicer properties. These properties that the city under neglected, you feel me? Where you see and over policed, I should say, where you see that our resources, our roads aren't being paved correctly. What's it called? Our structures around us aren't being taken care of. And then on top of it, our schools are being underfunded. We aren't getting the same opportunity to prosper. And I'm not saying that everyone should have the same thing. What I'm saying is we should all have the same opportunity to grow and to succeed. But when you see continuously in our schools where they're not allowing that, where our communities are being over policed, and you can look this up, where the cops are trained to treat us like targets and treating us as enemies rather than members of our own community. When you go into that, when the people policing us, aren't from our neighborhoods, where they don't know us, they don't know the dynamics of our people, but you got them coming in and now we're treated as enemies. You see it. And then when we're not allowed to move out of them spaces, because it wasn't just as simple as, and I agree that there were a lot of poor white people, but that's where they get it messed up though, is that we were all poor, but the thing is, black people were meant to be kept poor. Those poor white people, if they were to go out and try to do it, they could. Whereas we were denied, not based off of the money we had, not based off of any record that we have, but purely off the color of our skin.
I want to talk about the generational wealth thing, because I think a lot of what the discussion is getting to is pivoting to this idea of like the historical injustices. I want to talk about like contemporary America, which, as you mentioned, we can't talk about the present if we can't talk about the past. So I think the question becomes, is the reason that black Americans have not been able to accumulate generational wealth because of those policies that you mentioned? I would argue that that's not the reason. I think that if you look at how black Americans actually spend money when they have it, even if you control for income. So if you take a white person and a black person making the same amount of money, for whatever reason, white people are more likely to save that money, less likely to spend it on fancy cars, costume jewelry, things like that. I don't think that's true either. Because if you look, I totally agree. if you look at like the education that he mentioned too, we mentioned this earlier, that per pupil, white students actually receive 1% less funding than black students. The problem with it's true. The problem with black schools is that they're in districts, like you mentioned, that aren't receiving funding from the tax revenue because businesses don't like to invest in those communities because for whatever reason they're violent. You think that they're over-policed. I think that they're probably under-policed. I think the only way to retain some type of law and order to where businesses would want to come into the community, invest.
This was proven during the Black Lives Matter riots. They were going around interviewing black people who lived in urban areas, saying, do you agree with defunding the police or abolishing the police? And the majority of black people were saying, no, we need more police here. We don't have enough police in the hood. We need more police. Look at, there's crime everywhere. There's drive-by shootings. There's people selling drugs on my street corner. We need more cops out here. And that was black people saying that.
Know that they're not going to get robbed, they're not going to get their stores looted or something like that, would be to have more police, a safer community that would bring that economic...
Stop and frisk dropped crime rates in New York. 94 crime bill was a good thing. It was the best thing Joe Biden ever did. One of the only good things he ever did.
Investment. And if you look at like the home ownership rate, even the unemployment rate, when America was like most racist, I guess, post-slavery, pre-Jim Crow, the white unemployment rate and the black unemployment rate were pretty much the same. The white home ownership rate and the black home ownership rate were much closer than they are now. So for some reason, as this country has become less racist in terms of the laws, those gaps between white and black people have gotten wider, and I just don't understand how that's possible.
Because the media...
All right, so you said, and I just
the media is selling these kids a lie. The HBCUs are selling them a lie. The teachers, the education system.
Not the same.
It's all telling them
so if you look at the unemployment rate, they were pretty much the same. And so what we've seen since then is the black unemployment rate has gone up and the white unemployment rate has pretty much stayed the same. The home ownership rate as well. The home ownership rate for black Americans was much higher prior to the 1960s than it is now. And I just don't understand how that could be, because since the 1960s, we've gotten rid of things like, discriminatory laws, redlining. We even have incentive programs to give specifically black home buyers loans, things like that. But then why hasn't it undone it? It hasn't actually gotten better yet.
It's a process. Hold on. When you talking about slavery, like that was like 300 years. We ain't even went past that yet. You know what I'm saying? It's a process.
And let's get something right about the unemployment.
Yeah.
We see the unemployment rate back when slavery ended was about the same between black people and white people, and we're seeing the black unemployment go up. Why? Because we were used as free labor. So when we're no longer allowed to be used as free labor, who do they go hire? They go hire the poor white people. Because rather than give that black man who you didn't have to pay nothing a chance to work, y'all gonna instead hire, not y'all, but they gonna instead hire out to those who look like them now. Because no longer,
it's okay when they say y'all
off of you. So instead I'm gonna support my own community. And to an extent I agree. We as black people around the 60s, or after discriminatory things like not allowing us to go eat in certain spots or go places, we would go spend our money with them afterwards rather than support our own communities. I can agree with that. But the thing is, we look at it.
Let her talk. Talk about Black Wall Street.
I'm just saying, when we did build that wealth, because we did, and you burnt that down.
Riots,
not you, but you know what I mean.
So
we have, built that wealth and stuff. But each time we do that, you burn it down.
Can you remind me of which city? That was in like the...
Yeah, Rosewood, Tulsa, Manhattan. Yeah. Central Park used to be a thriving black neighborhood before they kicked us out and made...
And then we see that same thing when...
I wish you would bring up that they renamed the Tulsa riots the Tulsa Massacre, and they rewrote that whole story, and that it was race riots. It was two groups of people fighting, and it was not a white people just massacred all the black people. And these people are dumb enough to think that white farmers who had single-engine Cessnas put bombs. They had bombs in their farm, and they loaded it onto their single-engine Cessna, and they went and bombed Oklahoma. It's so stupid.
When they tried to build schools for black people, they had burned those down as well.
Yeah.
When we tried to do that.
The content doesn't stop, I guess.
Yeah.
I think with the The Black Wall Street thing, if I recall the story correctly, and I know that this isn't often written about in the history books, there was a riot that popped off.
The riot started by white people. That wasn't coming from because of our economic prosperity. It's because of our economic prosperity, they felt threatened and they felt that we were starting to do better. And so instead, and they came up with some arbitrary reason. I couldn't remember it, but they used that reason to come.
I'd rather have nobody like that.
When was Black Wall Street? That was in the early. That was what? 30?
So basically, what happened? There was a situation, I think it was like at a bakery or something. A white woman accused a black man of whistling at her, right? So she goes back, she tells her neighborhood, they used it. No, that's not. Well, the same thing happened to him, but it was a different situation in Tulsa. So she goes back, tells all the white men, whatever.
Tulsa
white
was an
women's ears
elevator.
are like fucking like powerful for some reason. Anyway, all these white people come to this neighborhood to find that guy. They burn down houses. They set up burning costs. They destroy stores. They start looting. All of the stuff that we say happens in black communities happens mainly because black people are doing it. White people were doing it to Tulsa. And then, for some reason, the American government gets involved. They damn near bomb strike the entire fucking city. And then it's all gone.
Yeah, the farmers
fucking
bombed their own city
gone,
with bombs that they put on their crop duster planes, which cannot hold bombs. They happen to have bombs in their farm, and they loaded it onto their crop duster. And they
Well,
bombed
the thing
their
with the
own city.
planes,
So
those weren't like
stupid
military
that they believe
planes.
that.
Those were like, because farmers, like for the agrarian process, they would have airplanes. They were flying over and basically like, hey, that's where they are. They weren't like dropping these big bombs and just like destroying.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't know he. I didn't know he said
But
this.
let's say, let's say, so let's say that happened. What year was that?
I missed.
That was like
the first time I watched this. I missed when he said that.
So, but it's been
I'm glad
60
he
years.
mentioned that.
We bombed Nagasaki and Hiroshima in the 1940s. They are now very prosperous cities.
But we not gonna act like
We not gonna act like.
No, ma'am. I am wondering.
One mic.
I'm
One mic.
You just said that we bombed Pearl Harbor, but
We're educated college students. One mic.
but Japanese Americans.
Shout out.
No, you just said that we bombed. What did you say?
Nagasaki and Hiroshima.
Hey.
I don't know. Calm down with that. Calm down with that. We know what really happened.
Every single person of color group in America has gotten paid reparations for stuff that white people have set in place. From Japanese Americans in 1946, $1.3 billion that they have been released.
The point I was making with that wasn't about money. It was just if you guys had a Black Wall Street and then it was torched by evil white people, why not just build another one?
He did.
Because that's not how it costs them.
That's just one town.
Because it takes resources. I think that's what we kind of forget, is that we can't just, one, the government wasn't going to give it to us after it was bombed. The resources that was put into all that was destroyed. So now that we're at a lack of resources again, rather than, you gotta understand, there wasn't the credit, there wasn't online banking at the time. Our money was physical, we didn't have that. So when it's taken from us, it's not like, oh, we can go claim insurance on it. Wouldn't have got if there was insurance on it. We were at a loss of resources, and now you can see the same spot that was firebombed is extremely poor now. How do you go from such a high functioning and wealthy community into something that's into poverty? You destroy our resources, you destroy our land, you keep us from allowing the commerce amongst our own. And when I say you, I'm not saying you.
They keep saying this. When I say you, I'm not saying you, but I am talking about you.
They're detrimental to our success, and then every time we have to start over, because the amount of times we had to start over, it's, oh, well, why can't they just do it? We did it. When in reality, if we had the same start, we had the same opportunities, we may not have all capitalized on the opportunity, but if we had the same starting point, we wouldn't be in this situation. We wouldn't be talking about the economic disparities between the communities. It's the fact that, and while I know you say slavery doesn't really affect us, but it does. You have 400 plus years of us not being allowed to build our wealth.
Yeah.
And then once we're able to start, once we build it fast too, it's taken away. So every time we get to a spot where it's like, okay, we're starting to build something, it's destroyed.
You don't keep the money in your community.
So speaking of like cities and building, if you don't mind, I mentioned like 20 minutes north of Detroit. So I would argue that there was a point in the 20th century where Detroit had the highest standard of living in the world. You had General Motors, you had the auto industry, people were driving cars, it was awesome. Then we had the riots in the 1960s, and now Detroit looks like Detroit. And you see this almost in every major city. So this was like another area where you had great industry, a very high standard of living for Black Americans, and then because of the riots, now Detroit looks like Detroit, and Chicago.
Can I respond?
Yeah, so I'm just wondering.
Yeah, that's actually
why did they leave Detroit though?
You're saying when the car industry no longer was suitable in Detroit and it started to expand its markets elsewhere inside of the country, that is the reason why Detroit economically crashed. In Tokyo, where they are building Toyota and all these other brands, and they're more better for Americans buy those products more.
Yeah.
That's why you saw and that was a big point.
Do they not teach English at this school?
You don't have the car industry in Detroit anymore. Guess what happens? They don't have any jobs. But the white people are still going out and being fortunate enough to find these other jobs, so we'll hire them. But let's talk about today how there are still many systematic things that are limiting people from
Systemic
being able
or
to get
systematic?
jobs. You want to talk about housing? Let's talk about it.
Yeah.
So with housing, when it comes to people trying to get mortgages and insurances, when it comes to them trying to...
You want to sit down?
It is systematic.
It's so annoying how they think they're making good points, so they're all like, oh, yeah. Like Freddie, when he thinks he says something clever, he's like, ha ha!
And the amount of money that given to African Americans with that same amount of money that a white person would
Yeah!
One voice.
What mic?
I'm not touching it.
We trying to have a productive conversation.
Let him rock, because he's saying some smart shit.
He talking,
This conversation while we got the lawyer. We got the lawyer out here to get them out of here.
Oh, we got the lawyer. We got the lawyer out here.
We don't got it. There's no need for that.
Y'all resorting to anger instead of actually just sitting down and be. We trying to have a productive conversation.
If you guys don't like it, why don't you just walk away?
I can't talk just like you.
Because
the video is going to be out. And for the slight chance that my point is put on their channel, someone watching it someone else might be like, okay, he might have a good point. That's it. I'm not going to be able to make that change. And all it takes is a seat for someone to be like, you know what? He was speaking a good point. Let me go look into it. Let me go research something.
How are you going to edit this?
I'm just going to put it.
It's so funny that they think that you have to edit it to make, like, same thing when you go to like a liberal college or a liberal protest. They think you have to edit it to make them look stupid. You don't. You really don't.
Talk about how racism in America how racism in America isn't as big in America.
There's a couple decent dudes there.
But I'm confused because if the majority population is saying this is the same. The lawyer wanted to see their banner over and over again. Why don't you want to actually get into what they're saying? You're not going to have a majority population.
They're taking our property.
Because they want to make sure that
if you have any concerns, campus lawyers over.
That's fine.
If the conversation was that important to them,
why is it so important to you that you want to take time to shut it down?
I'm mockery of my colleagues right now.
No, I'm not.
We're not going to change his mind.
Somebody's saying
No, they're making a mockery of themselves.
My thing is, if y'all don't want to be a part of the conversation, y'all don't have to be here. I think that's the thing, y'all. I'm not trying to.
Y'all dividing it.
So then we get into this
See the mob mentality? This guy's trying to be reasonable, but the whole mob gangs up and says, no. Sad. We've been sitting at 2 viewers. Who's larking? Somebody's larking.
history of Detroit, which is this idea that Detroit was completely dependent upon the auto industry, and then when that left, that's when it collapsed and it never recovered. I've heard this before. It's like the common narrative. It's just not accurate. I mean, these companies were already moving factories into the suburbs in the 1940s because they needed more space, among other reasons, union drama, etc. That car in my intro, by the way, that's actually Walter Reuther's car. You can catch the writing on the door if you look closely. But anyways, Detroit maintained its standard of living. It was still Detroit, even during this. Like, people still lived there. But after the riots in 1967, where over 40 people were killed and something like 1,500 buildings were burned down in 5 days, that's when the white flight occurs. And then comes the lack of tax revenue, poor political leadership, crime, lack of investment, etc. Why was there a riot, though? Because police raided an illegal nightclub, and black people in Detroit got angry and started throwing bottles at the police. Pretty soon it was a full-on riot. Buildings are being looted. It's the same stuff that goes on now. It's all the same. Nothing ever changes. Even the debates that we're having in this video have been going on for 70 years with little to no progress or change. So now they're blocking the cameras. They're trying to shut it down. Speaking, by the way, of alternate history, the Tulsa riot and Black Wall Street, the narrative is, as they described, about 100 years ago in Tulsa, a white woman lied about being harassed by a black man, and so white people burned down Black Wall Street and murdered a bunch of black people.
Not true.
Google calls it a white supremacist terrorist
They've
massacre.
renamed it the
What actually
Tulsa
happened is
Massacre.
some
It was never called
interaction
Tulsa
between a black
Massacre
man
till
and a white
fairly
woman in
recently.
an elevator that causes her to run away screaming. Who knows what that is? We don't know. We don't know what she
Some
told
people
police,
say
but
that
a
he
store
raped
clerk
her.
who rushed to the scene claimed that it was an attempted rape. Okay.
Or
So this guy
attempted
has the
rape.
charges dropped on him a few months later. The police are still guarding him in the meantime from all the angry white people who were reportedly unarmed for the most part, actually. And eventually, this group of white people is confronted by several armed groups of black people, and a fight breaks out, which leaves 2 black people dead and 10 white people dead.
So more
the
white
story
people
you hear
died than
now
black
is that the white people overcome this, and they go on this rampage, just
And now they call
slaughtering
it a
black
massacre.
people.
It was not a
All
massacre.
accounts say that that's actually not what happened, and that black people retreated to the neighborhoods in Greenwood. They built these fortifications. There were even
Revisionist
black
history.
snipers who were firing at any white person they saw. Now it's like full-on urban warfare, race riot. This continues. Buildings are destroyed. They're turned into fortresses. There's no military planes involved at all, by the way, let alone like dropping bombs on people. The official report in 2001 said that while they can't prove that civilians and like crop dusters weren't dropping incendiary devices, it's more likely they were just dropping messages to alert authorities instead of like actual bombs on people's houses, which is what these students just said. They claim.
I've seen a debunking of all these Tulsa massacre claims, and the guy basically shows you the type of bombs that they claim were dropped, and then he shows you the type of plane that they had, crop dusters. And there's no way you could put that bomb on that plane, much less drop it on your own city. It's so dumb.
That there's like hundreds of people that died. There were mass graves. None of these have ever been discovered. And all like 39 people died. 13 were white and 26 were black. So yeah, tragic events. Terrible that it happened, but it's not even remotely close to the way that they describe it. And they describe it that way to justify the grievances that they have against white people and against America. But my favorite part is when this girl shows up and announces that we have to leave because she's brought the campus lawyer, who I'm assuming is just some girl majoring in pre-law. And she's going to kick us out because she knows the rules. You know, like it's an old Western town or something. We've got the blacksmith, we got the barber, the grocer, and we got the campus lawyer. Ah, yes, sir, the lawman's here. You'll be leaving now.
Did you know that there's a simple combination of natural ingredients that will help you poop out pounds of old rotten waste in your...
No, I don't want to hear about poop.
Yes, sir.
Oh, did the worker leave?
No organization. I'm independent. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Do you have hobbies aside from harassing black students at HBCU?
I'm not harassing anybody. I'm sitting here and you choose to come up here.
That's what we've been trying to say.
You do this for one place here?
Sorry?
You do this for one place. Can I ask you a question?
Hey, no. We don't need to talk to him.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm out.
I'm here because I had a campus lawyer here.
Right.
Got the campus lawyer here.
Yeah,
this idiot.
I'm totally within my rights.
But they're violating policy.
No, we're not actually. We're not violating policy.
Policies are violating so that way they can
All right, one voice. Okay, I'm gonna just say this and then get
One
back.
voice.
All right, so the
One
conversation
mic,
was
one mic.
America's not racist. Tell me why. Okay,
Shout out.
We can go.
Shout
okay.
out. One mic.
You know,
All I
county
need is one
intelligence
mic. One
program.
mic.
No, sir.
But the FBI, it's an FBI. Hey,
All I
listen,
need is
y'all.
one
A
beat,
spin
one
game.
pen, and one
Listen. Hey, one voice, one sound. Counterintelligence program was put in by J. Edgar Hoover in the FBI in the 1960s. literally, the government document, number one, to stop the rise of a black messiah. Number two, to stop black people from coming together. That's an official document in the FBI. So you can't tell me that.
Trying to tell me that.
Come on, it's in the
Trying to
FBI.
tell me.
It's
Up
really
until
big.
the
It's a
90s.
government.
Up until the 90s.
Oh no, it's still going on.
It's still going
Hey,
on.
after that, I'm out. I love y'all, Pete. I don't know about y'all, but we ain't gotta talk. Come on, man.
Shut up.
What is this?
Shut up.
I want to know what does Make America Great Again mean to you? Do you not feel like that's racist? What that
Make
stood
America great again.
No,
How
I
is
think that it
racist?
just acknowledges that America used to be a great country and it's not anymore. And it just wants to be made great again.
But that's racist. Make America Great
What?
Again.
Oh my God,
How is
so
America
bad.
great? How is America great? What did America have to give other than racism?
Excellence.
What was excellent about America?
We invented the modern world.
Who is okay? Who is
America.
we?
America.
You're saying America was at once great. Okay, so that means. Give me that.
Give me that.
Give me that. Give me that.
One second. What's your name?
Travis, what's your
John. Yes, sir. Nice to meet you.
I think it's you know what I'm saying? So I kind of just want to know, like, I kind of want to see your stance on it before. You know what I'm saying? Because I am interested in talking to you. I'm not here to know. Yeah, he
Yeah.
I just want to know your
Why are you putting me too aggressive?
So what's really, like, what makes you think that America is not racist? But speaking from, you know, a white male or whatnot, what makes you think America is not racist? Because me being a black male, you know, our point of views and our sides are two different things. You know what I'm saying? So what makes you say that? That's what I'm saying.
One second, if you don't mind. I'll answer your question. So now it's reached its ultimate form. You know, they couldn't argue with me. I was immune to their ace in the hole, to the campus lawyer. So now they're just trying to shut us down so we can't keep having the conversations, which were actually pretty reasonable and productive for the most part. So they keep doing this. And then there's a part where one of them tried to, like, come up from behind where we were. And one of our security guards, who were all licensed professionals, blocked him from doing so. And then it became, he pushed him, he assaulted him. And that kind of stuff just, it rings a big bell. Well, I guess to answer your question, I think that things exist in a default state of, like, not being racist, and I just don't see evidence that America as a country, as a people, are racist. And so I've been out here trying to learn about that.
Thank you very much for coming.
So, I just, you know, we talked about things like slavery, we talked about things. No, we're not. You can't take our property, actually. You're making your students look so bad right now. We were trying to have productive conversation. You are making us look bad. You don't have the authority to do that. We are within our rights. No, it's all of our public property. Just because we don't go here doesn't mean it's not ours. Doesn't matter. We are within our rights to be here. You are interrupting that for no reason.
That's a teacher. Big Mama's house.
What? Give me
What?
that. Give me that. Give me that.
So, we talked about things like slavery, generational wealth, police, and we traded statistics, and it's kind of gotten to a point where a lot of people have decided instead of sitting down and talking, they would rather just shut down the conversation as a whole, which is unfortunate because the whole point was to try to show we can still have conversations in this country.
So it's like, I don't know the facts. I don't know statistics. Like, you might have, I'm not going to bring out some point that such and such happened. I'm just speaking from my past experience. I know growing up,
If anybody stumbles upon this and thinks that I'm racist because I'm saying that these kids are retarded, no. It's the same at a liberal white college. It's the same. The liberal white students, it's a different type of, you know, they'll just yell things like, "You're Nazi! Ah! Get out of here, Nazi fascist!" Ah! When Billboard Chris and James Klug go to a liberal campus in Seattle with a sign that says, "Puberty blockers, kids can't consent to puberty blockers," and these people freak out and go crazy. They're just as stupid as these kids. These kids they're all idiots. They're all idiots. The white colleges, the black college, they're all idiots. But it's different. It is different the way they act. Like, these ones start up, "Give me that, give me that." You know, it's kind of more entertaining.
Black male, especially a tall black male, some people can see me as violent when I know in my true nature.
Like their chants are much better, much more on tune, much more upbeat, and they got rhythm with it. Where the white kids' chants are just kind of annoying and loud and ear piercing.
That's not my intention, or that's not who I am. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I can't just be walking doing a normal stroll, but because of my appearance,
oh God, they're trying to
some people might feel threatened by me.
Yeah.
Well,
why are they trying to spell?
He
pushed him. Oh, he pushed. Oh, you were just gonna call the cops? I thought y'all didn't like that.
Hey, don't worry about them. If you don't want to be entertainment or not, if you don't want to be entertainment, stay here. If you want to be entertainment, stay here.
They really giving you content.
Why are we going to be entertainment? What are we arguing?
So then this female police officer shows up, and right before that, you can hear the guy I was talking to say something like, wow, they really just won't let you talk, or something like that. And it's like, yeah, but anyway, she tells me that it's time to pack up and that I have to leave the area. I know that I don't technically have to, but I'm not about to get into that with a black female police officer who already thinks I'm racist. Like, yeah, I think I will go ahead and not do that, actually. So I go and talk to these other police officers who responded, and everybody starts singing with joy that they caused a big enough scene to warrant police presence in order to prevent us from asking people to just explain to us why America's not racist.
I'm so fat. Brendan, you're not fat. It's the shirt. Look at Nate. His true classic is tight around the chest.
That's a really white song.
Maybe another time.
Right there. Isn't that like Queen or something?
I appreciate it. What's your name? John, nice to meet you. You can find it on YouTube as John Doyle. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day. You pushed one of our students.
The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be
televised.
Ho, ho! These racist people have got to go. Hey, hey! Ho, ho! These racist people have got to go. Hey, hey! Ho, ho! These racist people have got to go. Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Racist people have got to go. Hey, hey!
Sad.
Ho, ho! Yo!
We didn't actually do anything, though.
Still filming. Revolution will not be televised.
We are not causing the disturbance. The disturbance is being caused by their reaction to our polite conversation. So, yeah, yes, look at you. Yeah, you're making a fool of yourself. Yes, sir. The police here are very careful with the words they're using. I almost respect the craftsmanship of it because, look, I get it. They have a job to do. And while it is true that I'm completely within my rights to be there, even in spite of the way the students have chosen to react, I understand that their job would be easier if I simply just packed it up and left. And I also understand that at that point, it's probably unlikely that this crowd's going to leave us alone and let us do what we came to do anyways. So he mentions that if we want to be here, we have to go through the event center and register. And that is a thing that can happen, but it's not required. That would be like for an official campus event, which they would then have a greater obligation to maintain order for. But legally and according to campus policy, we're allowed to be there so long as we're not behaving in a way that is reasonably understood to incite violence or disorder. And I told the students 100 times, it'd be a different story if I were there with my megaphone and I'm yelling at people, I'm being disrespectful, etc., etc. But I was there with a sign and a table just inviting people to talk to me. They chose to react the way that they did, but I'm not reasonably responsible for that. But as the officers even say here, you know where you are, right? Which mirrors language that we heard throughout the video from students basically saying something to the effect of like, do you think this is a good idea for you to be here doing this? Which is meant as a threat. It's them basically saying that they understand that people on the campus, for whatever reason, are more likely to want to resort to violence over something like this. And there's not a whole lot that we can do about that. So that's why they don't explicitly say, we're asking you to leave, and if you don't, you will be trespassed. Instead, they say, we would like for you to leave, and if not, we may have to just take things in another direction. And so at that point, there's really no point in staying. Like, I'm not trying to cause headaches. I'm really not. Because if I wanted to be that guy, I could say, no, sorry, officer, we're within our rights to be here. Please restore order to your campus. Okay, well, now they have to call in a big police presence. The whole crowd is still going to be shutting us down anyways. So instead, as my last gesture of dissent against the students, I decided to cooperate with law enforcement.
You don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Next time, you got to go through the event center if you want to be here. Right now, this is becoming a hazard to everyone. Do you agree?
Respectfully, I disagree.
You disagree?
Do you mind if I give my opinion? And then I think that we have a table set up, and for about an hour and a half, we had a really productive discussion, and people are kind of getting aggravated, which is understandable.
Because he's whooping them all. He's whooping them all in the debate.
Understand
discussion, he's making them all look foolish.
I'm not telling you cannot exercise your right.
Yes, sir.
We would like for you to leave at this point. You have not registered. You have not registered. And
This is a white man getting his First Amendment rights violated by 3 black officers on a black college campus. But white people are racist. Interesting.
You have proof that you haven't registered. I contacted the event center. So let's go ahead and pack it up, if you don't mind, or we might have to take other steps. And I don't want to take.
See, I don't know. I think I would have
that.
I would have got
We'll
one
leave.
of them to hit.
Okay.
If I could ask a favor, or at least your input.
Okay.
Do you think it might be worth it if you guys just ask the students to maybe just like let us have our conversation? Do you think that would work at all? I think they would listen to you more than me.
You have your right to talk. They have their right to talk too. They won't listen to us.
That's but they don't have a right to cause a hazard, do they?
They don't. I really want you guys to do the right thing.
Yes, sir.
Signing up if you want to come out and have this event. I don't know if you were one of the ones that received the letter, but you got to go through the proper process. So can we pack it up today? You can have my card. You call me. Let's set up this thing next time.
Okay.
Right?
Thankfully, we'd actually gotten a lot of really good footage. People who were being respectful and who were interested in engaging with us and talking about these things. So to those people, thank you. Maybe we can do this again sometime. Let me know in the comments if you want to see more content like this. But yeah, at this point, we pretty much just decided to pack it up.
So we would like for you to leave.
Okay.
All right?
Fair enough.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it.
Despite my best intentions, I was treated like trash. I was told to leave campus because of my skin color.
This ending is so
I
funny.
didn't belong there.
If you know John Doyle, you already knew where he's going before the end.
I needed to go somewhere that I belonged, somewhere where I could be accepted.
Oh yeah, you know where he's going. Somewhere he
I
can
just
be
needed to find
accepted
it
for being a white. You know where he's going. You ready? Chick-fil-A, let's go.
I don't know what you're gonna say. Oh, I'm a purist. You didn't even fully end racism. I was like so close. I was this close. And then the administration, the police officers, all these people were like, no, he can't end racism. Then we'll have nothing to complain about. And so they came and they had to shut down the event. I'm so angry about that. I almost threw up. I was so angry about that. But anyways, I mean, look, we wanted to go on college campus. We wanted to have a conversation. Black History Month. We wanted to say, look, America's not racist. American people aren't racist. Our history is not exceptionally racist. Our institutions
if you
are not
weren't
racist
before, that video might make you racist
frankly,
after watching.
I'm tired of being told that just by virtue of me being white, I am somehow responsible for the state of Black America. That's not true. It's counterproductive. It's actually harmful to spread those lies. And so I said, look, we're going to go on the college campus. We're going to have this discussion. The result of that discussion was, after some productive dialogue, we did have some good conversations, but then once the crowd gathered, they decided that they're going to become agitated, they're going to become hysterical, simply because we had a sign and we were asking them to have a conversation with us. I told them I would understand if I had my megaphone, I was trying to start a big problem, I was saying very inflammatory things. We had a sign, we had a table, come talk with us. So once again, I, as a white man, am responsible for the behavior of black students simply because I wanted to have a conversation. I am somehow responsible for their, frankly, hysterically emotional reaction to what was a very simple premise. We were inviting them to have a conversation. We were very polite, very respectful. We took it seriously. And a lot of the students actually were angry at the mob for not wanting to have that conversation. We see this at, I guess, towards the end of the video. We're trying to have a conversation. They're drowning it out with sound. They're telling the police officers that we're assaulting them. That's obviously not true. Vice versa is actually what occurred. And we see this so much in American politics. Like, look, I'm not the guy who's going to tell you that we're going to get black people to vote for Republicans. I'm not that guy. However, it is interesting how when there are black students who want to have these conversations, even if they disagree, they want to be respectful, all of a sudden you've got this big mob who's like, nope, you're not allowed to. That's what he wants. Don't let the white man win. We went back there to try and get more footage, and we're literally told that we have to leave because we're white. We're invading a black space. And they, formed the crowd. We had to leave. So it's, could have gone better.
Get around him and form a crowd.
I don't know. I don't think
Maxine?
It's because they didn't want to debate this issue. I don't think that. I think it's because they didn't want to debate a black person expert on the issue.
You want to mess with the black person expert.
I'm halfway there. 50% of racism that's left. I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you. Okay, that's my outro.
Heck off, commies.
So yeah, we left campus. We were followed out to our cars, actually, by some of the students who were on the phone with each other, keeping each other updated on our whereabouts. They were trying to get our license plates. And of course, you saw the resultant backlash that followed on social media in the beginning of this video. So I think what ended up happening is exactly what our problem was in the beginning, which is that we are taught as white people that we are somehow responsible, even if we don't even realize it or participate directly in it. We're responsible for the behavior of black Americans
some white
and the
people
resultant
believe
outcomes
that.
of those behaviors. This is reflected by us trying to have a respectful conversation and then being asked to leave because the students can't help but become hysterically emotional and threaten us with violence. It is what it is. I would have liked to have gone deeper with a lot of these topics. It seems like right when we would start to make some ground, make some progress on a topic, somebody would pivot or somebody would jump in and say something else, and then we'd be on to the next thing. But if you're interested, I have done deeper explanations of a lot of these things before on my channel, so you can always check out those videos as well. And for what it's worth, to anyone watching to whom this applies, I'm glad you got to run your mouth on Twitter and Instagram about what you would have done if you had been there. Oh, I just would have gotten that. And you know what? The reality is I walked onto your campus with a handful of guys, and you didn't do anything. I was by myself, and the best you could do after forming a mob of like 50 people was jump around to a bunch of different arguments, pivot, tell me I'm not being fair because I know too much, and then you call the police, who couldn't even make me leave. But by that point, it was clear to me that I was far too optimistic with the results of my Google search, and so I chose to leave. So to those whom I spoke to respectfully, thank you. I appreciate you sincerely. I wish you the best, and I hope you understand why I have to see the behavior of your classmates for what it is. So if my tone is bitter right now, it's because this is different than just like liberals not wanting to hear me out because I'm conservative. No, it's because I'm white. I was told that 100 times. I'm not one of these people who's gonna like roll over and pretend it's about politics and call out the hypocrisy. No, you're just anti-white. You'll spend the rest of your life miserable and think it's the fault of white people. You shouldn't do that. And look, I don't think black people are going anywhere anytime soon, and white people are not going anywhere anytime soon. So if you want to have these conversations, we can speak openly and respectfully and perhaps both walk away with a different point of view. But if you want me to sit there and just like listen to your ethnic revenge fantasies, I'm not going to roll over like you're probably used to. I'm just going to tell you to go fuck yourself. They told me the opposite. But the reality is that I could go to the whitest college campus in the country and have a black guy sit down in front of a sign that says all white people are evil, and I would capture a reaction that is 100 times more civil than what was captured here. Oh, well, John, what'd you expect to happen? I expect to be able to talk to people. My claim is controversial. What about what they're claiming? I'm not even making a claim per se. I'm just saying that their moral indictment of white people and of America is BS. And if we've reached a state where objection to those ideas is a path to a death sentence, I don't know what to tell you. I don't have an answer. It was a long video. It was a movie. The ending is interpretive. Feel free to draw your own conclusions. I tried to cut as little out as possible, try to preserve the integrity of the discussion. So if you're still here, thanks for watching. I hope you've enjoyed yourself. We've all grown.
Epic. Epic video, John. Epic video. Hey, Mr. Mad's doing a food review right now. Let's see what he's got going on.
Damn it. All right, so I got 2 of those. I don't know why they always stick. It's wax paper. It's not supposed to stick to the food. But whatever. They're still going to taste good. It's just, I want to be mindful of the presentation here. This one released a little bit better. So as you can see, this is the volcano taco in all of its glory. So this hasn't been released. I don't know when was the last time it was released. This is only the 3rd release, allegedly. And supposedly it's the spiciest volcano taco ever. or the spiciest Taco Bell taco ever. And last but not least, they also released a burrito, which has a very lightly toasted
Is this
shell.
live or is it a...
I bet Latina and Cali would love this shell. Pause. No type of searing or anything.
Oh, it's
they
a
just
premiere.
Wrapped it up and maybe hit it for like 1 second. But this has the probably a gang of rice, a little bit of a.
It's a premiere. It's not
and
a
they probably
stream.
just drizzle all the hell with the whatever that sauce is, the nacho cheese. So let's go ahead and jump right in to the
Mukbang.
the bad taco, the one that's already fucked up. Let's go ahead and because it's like a bite already got taken out of it. Taken out of it? I don't know. No napkins. No napkins. But thankfully I brought my own when I wash my hands. All right. I mean, it's a little bit excessive when it comes to the cheese because you got the shredded cheese, but now you're getting this very rich, thick nacho cheese. Has a small kick to it.
I already found the frog, and I already found the...
Overall, a good bite.
I already found the frog, and I already found the shrine, so I think I'm done in here.
If I remember correctly, each of these were $2 something. So for 2 volcano tacos, you're talking about $5.38. Wow. That is a lot for a fucking crunchy taco. Not doing math right now. But that comes out to $2.69 each. That is unheard of. That's absurd. Wow. The cheesy gordita crunch with the volcano taco shell, $5 each, $4.99. And then the double beef, allegedly double beef burrito was $4.29. So total for everything here, $21.76. Yeah, man, this is why I don't want to eat out, because it's just you're not getting too much for the price, but also. It's like, I mean, yeah, it's the convenience of not having to make something, but God bless America. You know what I mean? Then at least they did it right this time. I have no complaints as far as them. Maybe they could have added a little bit more cheese to
I got the shrine, I got the
shell, but whatever.
I got the shrine, I got the frog. Bible of the Quran. Followed with a gun. I think I saw that already. It's 5:30. Probably be jumping off soon. Let's get all these stars that I put on my map. I got 2 more. Well, 3 more. I don't know if I did this one yet. This cave's pretty deep. There might be treasure or armor in it. I don't know. Eventually I'll do an armor checklist. And maybe I'll have to come back here and look. I don't know. Let's actually leave this one marked. I'll put a treasure chest just because there might be treasure in there. I didn't find any. There might be some armor or something in there. Okay, we need to come to this star. Straight ahead. Okay, I've been in that. It's that cave right there. Let's get dangerous. There's a campfire over there. Usually a campfire means something. I don't have... I'm gonna go use this to kill these guys, and then I'm gonna get a new weapon. Put a rock on it. Man, we all got frozen. How did I, Oh, snap. This is a 65 damage weapon? Okay, my one thing broke, so... We'll pick up this Royal Claymore. Throw a rock on it for mining purposes. We'll get these last 3 stars off my map, and then I'll be done for today. And then I gotta get ready for the camping trip. This could hurt. Oh! I knew that was gonna happen. I knew that was gonna happen. I don't know why I did that. It sent the weapons flying. Where'd the weapons go? I needed one of those weapons. I needed one of those weapons. Oh, there's one. That's not a weapon. That's an arrow. There was a claymore somewhere. I sent the claymore flying. Hey. What the heck was that? I need a weapon. Plenty of rocks. I need a weapon. So I can attach the rock. Oh, here we go. I can't carry anymore? Why? Oh, I got this. Alright, this will work. This should be a quick little cave expedition. Oh, that's not it. Unobo headquarters, East Cave. Oh, this might not be a quick little cave exploration. What do I want to shoot him with? Horriblin Claw. Oh, man, have I been marking these off the map? Oh. Right now we're in Noble Headquarters East Cave. South Cave is done. Death Mountain Foothill Cave is done. River Cave. Gorambi River Cave is done. Isle of Rabat Gallery is done. And I think that's all. Yeah, okay. Find something to watch for this last little bit. Nah, we'll just keep watching Mr. Mad's food review.
We're Mango. We make health products to make your sex life better. We're not gonna
on the inside, but it is what it is. It's still a lot of cheese anyways. I'm gonna get a bite of the old backside here. Pause.
What young Don's doing. Don! The. I already watched that debate. YouTuber who dissolved 300 bodies for $160? What the heck? Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to watch that debate. That looks gross. Okay. There's another shrine in here. Maybe we'll stop watching videos and we'll just finish these last. I don't even want that shield. on, Noble. Noble! Hold up. Why is there two ways to get to the same spot? And there's also this hole in the middle. Dang, I didn't take anything out to thaw for dinner. What the? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Noble. Rock hammer broke. It's alright. Pick up this. This and this. Shrine is unlocked. Do the shrine. Do the shrine, you do the time. Figure out what I'm gonna bring to eat for camping, and I gotta get my fishing stuff ready. Need my fishing stuff, camera stuff, everything else is right here. Tent and all that. Although I think my tent is ripped. Didn't my tent rip last time? Oh, one of my poles broke. That's what happened. My tent might not even work. My tent might not even work. What the? If that's the case. Do I have a tarp? Oh, it's a tough shrine. It's a tough shrine. One of the shrines where you're in your underwear. Usually there's effective things we could do. Blowing myself up. Ah! We got arrows now. I can't climb that? Are you serious? All the crazy stuff I climb. I don't really want to use a time bomb. One left. One left. Ow, I just got shot. Ah, I didn't pick up the arrows in time. Nor did I find the chest. Oh, the chest is right there. I wanted those 5 arrows. Alright, we'll go use the press real fast. All right. Magic rod. I got a magic staff. Let's drop the magic staff. I got the magic staff. No more. You know, supposedly they're really good. I don't even use them. Not really a fan of the magic staff and the magic rod. Donald Trump awarded Man of the Decade award. Nice. Nice. Run, da, 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 dun. Now we gotta find the frog. We've got to find the frog. Where is the little guy hiding? Where's the little froggy hiding? Probably down in this hole here. Come here, you noble. Ah, what the? Oh, I always forget. I'm in a freaking hot cave. I can't use bombs. Froggy? Froggy, I hear you. Where is he? Getting low on arrows. I have 50 bubble gems. Alright. Now... done with this cave. Mark it off. Mark it off the checklist. We got 2 more to do, and then we're done streaming for today. And then I won't be streaming again until Monday night because I'm going camping. And when I get back Monday night, I don't know. I guess I'm not going to be able to put together a show on Sunday. So I guess on Monday we'll just chill and talk about how the camping trip went. And just do like a quick recap. I'll bring my notebook. And maybe I'll figure out something to talk about. Alright, we got a cave here, and a cave here, and a Korok here. What's the best way to do this? There's a shrine here? Did I not? I'm going to travel here and I'm going to fly down. Travel there and fly down to it. Yeah. So we'll just fly this way. They said there's a little... If you get the treasure in the shrine, that the symbol will be different, but... I don't see that. Okay, so I fly straight this way. Should I get the Korok too? Or have I already got that Korok? Supposedly there's a Korok right down there somewhere. Dang old Gecko Lake. Okay, the cave should be right around here somewhere. A little random rock sitting by itself. I like to check these for Korok. Okay, the cave should be right around here. There's the cave we're looking for. These guys got a quest or something? What y'all up to? What y'all got cooking? Nothing? Nothing. Nothing. Doing nothing. Oh, that's a whole force of, oh, there's a whole lot of enemies in here. Alright, check this out. We're gonna do this. We're gonna go... You. Didn't do anything. I have the wrong weapon out. That weapon's done. 27, 72. Let's use this. 39. Actually, this is a 44. Yeah, let's use this. Ooh, this thing's quick and it's high damage. Oh, the homeboys are helping. If I hit him with a muddle bud, he will attack the enemies. Oh, I missed. Although I think that all the enemies are almost dead already. And that's that. And that's that. That's all you gotta do. Oh no, something's still alive. Oh, we got one guy left. Eat it. We did it. We won. Everyone fought so bravely. Is that Link over there? Yeah, I just did all the work, bro. We're so fortunate that you came to our aid, Link. I really can't thank you enough. And you did the majority of the work, too, living up to your reputation. By the way, Link, couldn't help but notice you don't seem to be carrying that famed sword of yours. I heard you have a special sword, and yet what you have on now doesn't seem so special. Never mind, I should know better than judge things based on looks. Here, allow me to give you this reward for all you did. Silver rupee, you talking about the Master Sword? I have it. Well, we make for the Akala span. Orkies to Akala next. We'll try to defeat as many monsters as we can. For well, for now, I hope you can cross paths against him. And the goddess Ali always protect you, brave swordsman. Got him. Complete. I didn't even know I was doing a quest. I just trying to clear out the cave. Lots of rewards. Word up, some word. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, 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 bow. I don't know why I always pick up all these bright blooms, but I do. I guess for selling. They only sell for like 2 apiece, but still, you have like 700 of them, and you sell 400 of them because you don't really need more than maybe 200 at the most. Nice little money in the bank, you know what I'm saying? But I'm not gonna go climbing for. Oh, a rupee. A green rupee. Y'all see the frog? Oh, I bet he's up there. Yep, I hear him. Oh, wait, hold on. How do I... Ha, hee, ha, ha, hee. Blah! Back down here just to make sure I got everything. Checking on the roof. Checking for any missed treasure opportunities. Make sure I got all the mining. That's it. Alright, that cave was easy. Take that off our map. Delete. And our checklist here. Which cave is this? Lake Darman Monster Den. Okay, let's go get this Korok while we're up here. Grab this Korok, and then we'll do one more cave, and then the stream will be over. Okay, wait. The gecko. Okay, there's the little gecko pond. I'm gonna go jump in the water to get some hearts. There should be a Korok somewhere around here. Good. There should be a Korok straight ahead of me right now. Right over here. There he is. Where's your friend? There's the red dragon over there. Let me see. Let me get a mining cart real quick. Let me get some rockets while I'm over here for my shields. There's always free rockets around here. Any more? Any more free rockets? No? Just one? Let me put a wing on one of my shields. I wonder what happens if you put a wheel on a shield. It spins. I don't know what the point of that is, but okay. Ha ha! Calm down, mate. Whoa, there's a pile of breakable rocks there. Okay, let's get this car. Because it's already built. It'll help us get to our rock quicker. But while we're over here, I want to see what is in this rock formation. Oh. That'll do. That'll do just fine. Another rocket. 55, 61. Okay. Got a bunch of free attachments. Let's go. Now let's put little Mr. Korot. Right soul. All-terrain vehicle. Goes through water, lava, dirt, everything. Get off there, buddy. Get off of there, buddy. I haven't went to upgrade my armor in forever because I think the Hestu or whatever his name is moved. And I have to go do the Deku Tree quest before I can get any new armor slots. I have like 64 oxygen. I should probably... My next stream, I'm going to do Sage... Wills of the Sage. There's 20 of them, and I only have 3. So I'm going to get all the wills of the sage so I can upgrade my sages next stream. And I'll probably do that Deku quest so I can use my Korok deeds to get more armor slots. Okay, do I want to drive a car or do I just want to fly over there? Let's get rid of this. We got one more cave to do in this area. So let's go do that. I don't think I need to drive over there. I'll just fly over there. Shrine, we did that already. Straight to my left. To the left, to the left. Get some meat. Get some meat. Alright, and then the last cave that we're gonna do today should be right around here somewhere. Oh, we got a little world boss. Oh. Ah, I hit zoom in on accident. Bro, you're almost dead already, Mr. Stalnot. Get it. I can't carry any weapons. I don't want any of those. That's fine. Where's the cave at? Gotta be a cave around here somewhere. Lizard's Burrow. 406. 430, so it's a little bit below me. 2202. Okay, it's probably right around this corner. Yep. It's right there. Lizard's Burrow. Bomb flowers, that's nice. I'm low on bomb flowers. I need to go down to the depths. Yeah, next Zelda stream we'll do Sage's Wills, and we'll do the Deku Tree quest so I can get more armor slots. More weapon and armor slots. I have 60 Koroks, so I can get a grip. So how come the bomb flowers don't blow up, but if I hold a bomb in my hands, it blows up? I wonder if this is a piece of armor. Varudanian Divine Helm. We just got our second Divine Helm, I think. Nice. Where's the Bobble Frog, though? The Bubble Frog. Gotta be a Bubble Frog in here somewhere. The roof is not collapsible. Kind of hard to see in here with all this fog. Don't see any breakable walls. I don't see a breakable roof. Oh, there it is right there. I can't pull a bomb out. That works. That's how you do it. I guess I could probably pull out a bomb in here because my arrows don't catch on fire when I shoot them, so I don't think it's hot in here. Yeah, I looked at the temperature. It's not super hot in here. Alright. And that's that. So, Lizard's Burrow, done. Mark it off the checklist. Death Mountain East Tunnel. Did I do that one yet? Let me see. Skull Lake Cave. Okay, we've done that. Still got quite a few left. Still got quite a few caves left. Holy crap. There's so many caves in this game. But I've been doing caves for a minute. So in the next stream, we will not be doing caves. I've actually been doing caves off stream because there's so many of them. But there's depths caves too. 147. I think I've done 60. I've done 60 or 70. There's 147. So I'm like halfway there with caves and wells. So I'm tired of doing caves. Next time, in the next stream, I will we'll be doing Sage's Wills and the Deku Tree quest, which I think is right here in the Great Hyrule Forest. And then eventually we'll fight Ganon. I could fight Ganon now and beat him, but I want to have most of like the main stuff in the game complete. And then eventually we'll have to do a stream of just side quests. Investigate the 4 regions. Remember you saw via maybe Pyrrha can make sense of this. She's waiting at Lookout Landing. Crisis at Hyrule Castle. Find Princess Zelda. Like one day we'll have to do a stream of just side quests. I got a lot of side quests. But the one I need to do is the Deku Tree. Shrine quests. Side adventures. What's this? I have a picture of a goblin for that. Freedom Festivals, bring peace of monsters collection, investigate the ruins, Yuga clan. Where's the side quest for the Deku tree? To go to the Deku tree. Total of 58 wells in Hyrule. Goddess Statue of Power. Hestu told me to go to the Deku tree for a quest. I don't think I can get any more slots for my ammo. Anyway, yeah, next quest we'll get all of these Sage's wills. And we'll do that. We'll go to that Deku tree, figure out what's going on over there with that. And then we'll probably have a stream of just side quests. All these side adventures and side quests, doing all them. Lots of them. A couple of those. It'll probably take a couple streams to do a lot of these. We'll definitely be beating Ganondorf before the 30th episode. After we beat Ganondorf, I'm not labeling any of these streams Let's Play Zelda anymore. I still might play Zelda on stream, but it'll just be a chill stream. But I think I'm going to go. I got to get my camping gear ready. Going on a camping trip tomorrow to Silver Lake. I got the camera. I got the tent. I need to check this tent out, actually, because I think I broke a pole last time. And I don't think this tent's going to work. If that's the case, then I'm going to have to bring a tarp and just set up a tarp tent deal. But got the backpack. I got to get ready to go for the camping trip, so I'm going to take off, guys. Have a good night. God bless everybody. I will see you on Monday. There won't be any stream before then. Monday night, 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern for the Dreaded Conservative show. I don't know what we're going to talk about because once I go to the mountain tomorrow, usually Sunday I plan the show for Monday. And on Sunday I'm going to be out in the woods fishing and stuff. So it'll probably be just another laid back show on Monday. And I'll take my Bible with me. Maybe I can find something interesting to talk about and take some notes. I'll take the notebook and we'll see what I can come up with to talk about on Monday. But I will see you guys then. Until next time, we out. Peace.